Chukdrin Dan Kat a Cherry Ishak Jutins a Tick 2025 Northwest Territories Gwich'in Kat Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Jill Jonas Lafferty Dinjii Zhu Ginjik G Gwich'in Dinjii Ginjik Gwich'in Sho Ihli G NWT Gwich'in Dinjii Gwich'in G Ginjik Gitini G.
Please be seated. I'd like to thank Jonas Lafferty for the
Jonas Lafferty no Ginjik Gite di Ginjik Masit Nithan G Gwich'in Chitkat Kukundak Dia Kukwahandak Vince McKay Hair River Gwich'in Ginjik G NWT Gwich'in Nits o Gwich'in Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in 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 Chi Gonli Right at Di Gwich'in Dal Gwich'in Gwich'in Aik I Gwich'in Gwich'in Gwinzi Gwich'in Gwich'in Right at G Gwich'in Dal Kwa Gwich'in Gwich'in at Ginjik Gwich'in Gwich'in Judin Gwich'in Chitginli Gwich'in Guvenjit Gwinzi Right at G Gwich'in Di Gwich'in Dal Kwa Gwich'in Ejit Gwilsai at Dietz and Gwich'in Ginjik Sho Ihli Right at G Ginjik Gwich'in Hli Hat Dakuting E Gonli Right at Nihli et Gwich'in 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 Di Gwich'in Dal Kwa Gwich'in Gehedia a Ginjik Gwich'in Right at Gwich'in Gwich'in Dal Kwa Gwich'in Dehka na Tia Ginjik Chan Gwich'in G Ejit Natrigwil Sai Gwich'in Nits o Gwich'in Dal Kwa Gwich'in a Ginjik Sedo Dietz and Gwich'in Sa Gadit o Hana Cha It's a G WSCC Gwich'in Gwinzi Gwich'in Gwich'in Sa Ginjik Ishak Jutins a Dan Kat Gwich'in Gwich'in Ginjik It's a G Di Gwich'in Dal Kwa Gwich'in 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 at Gwich'in Gwich'in in Chiti Gwich'in G in Gwich'in Dak Chi kuyento ti kuehten tal kwa kenchit kwehe I kenchit chi kukuch it kwa in April 28 day dianchit kwiti ko I said I Gwich'in ti na tia kenchit ko I
For
Jinan kake ishits again koji ishits again chit nili je enjit jired Lucy Kaptana. Ji je enjit gut kwa in nicha gwynlet gweshit red nicha genjit in leads at gut kwatsi genjit sho nili. It's a G Northwest Territories Nankakute Totak Red Nithik Red Dilat Red Gujek only. It's at G Nithik no Kaik it Gujit Red Kaik Gutsal Gujit Chan Jehenj Gutukwa in Kat only. It's at Dika That's a Chan Juden Ginli Kat Guka Dinjii. It's at Kaik it Gwich'in Juden Kat Gwich'in Gugwa in Jehenjit. It's at Akitan Nits or Gukaik it Gwich'in Jehenjit a gonch o Dinjii. It's at Akitan Genjit Gwich'in Gugwatsi. It's at Lake Hatai Jehenj Gwich'in Gugwa in Akitan Chan Godai Gwich Di Katranati Gwinjik Chan Gugwit Gugwa in. It's at Vidreo Natso Kadha Chan Gwich'in Gugwatsi. It's at G Nijin Juden Kat Gondai Go Kwanchu Gwishit Ilo ha Gute Indai I Gwinjik Chan Akitan Red Gwinjik Guguna is at Genjit Chan Ilo Genjit Gute in. It's at Geta Great Hans at Dia Gozai Nagujanai Richan Gwinjik Chan Niha Genjit Ilat Gwit Gugwatsi. It's at G Gwinjik Chan Eno Kai Ilo Guli Gwits at Dan Shehik Gwinjik Gwit in Ile Nili I Jehenjit. It's at G Gwishit Genjit Ishits at Chit Nili G Jehenjit. It's at Dinjii. It's at G Nithik Je Ejit Gwishit Gojit Je G Northwest Territories Kat Genjit Akadan Genjit Guk Akanati Kat Ginli Hatak Genjit Red at the Gudi Gwinjik only. It's at G Kanda Nankakute Totak. It's all Jehenjit go I Gwinjik Niha Nik it a code Gwehej Chagwati. It's at Red Jet Northwest Territories Stan Gwan Juden Katji Jehenjit Gwitch'in Gugwati go Genjit Ginli Kat Red Akadan Red Gwendots at Gwitch'in Genjit Gugwati. It's at Juden Kat Guve Vanchan Gwishit Ginli. It's at Juden Kat Guvenjit Jehenjit Gwich'in 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 li Gwich'in show nilits at high go ba no.
Minister for Health and Social Services.
Shri Gwich'in Ginjik chit ging he G anjo kat guk at na tia genjit gushit gukwe ya genjit gushit gonli aids a G guvenjit go I dan Dikehage at Northwest Territories gushit and Dinjii kat Gwich'in dal quads at Gwich'in Gwich'in daigen G je guvenjit go I guvenjit trikwal sai G anjo kat Gwich'in Gwich'in daigen G Llykoko ti je ya I rhito caig it gushit trikwal sides a G North go an Gwich'in Gwich'in dai aigen ju digwede in said G je guvenjit go I gushit Gwich'in guk at na tia aids at nen jik gushit Gwich'in genjit gushit gukwa na guvenjit go I gukul sai Judin G gushit ikehage ginin dan dinekle gutsan gahatsa genjit go I aids at G gushit Gwich'in gwa in kat Gwich'in genjit gagut o hana cha at Dinjii Judin gushit Dinjii kat guk at na tia genjit G Department of Health and Social Services gushit go I Gwich'in o kat Shri Gwich'in dai Gwich'in Gwich'in at G D Gwni Gwinjik Gwich'in dai genjit guvenjit gwehe genjit Gwich'in gugwatsi at Judin gushit Gwich'in gwa in kat Gwich'in Gwich'in gushit gehnet I genjit Gwich'in Gwich'in gugwatsi Caitlin Cleveland ging he G Northwest Territories go an chi dat o genjit Gwich'in gugwatsi aids at United States go an G chi dat o Gwich'in at o hata kat Gwich'in guhe kat ginin dan aids at G Northwest Territories go an Gwich'in ga guhe din daids at G chi dat o jat gwats at Dinjii ga guhe din dai genjit diat akwandak aids at Judin G gushit Gwich'in gugwahatsa at gushit sedo gugwahe genjit go aids and at aids at ga guhe din dai aids at federal government G genjit sedo Gwich'in gatsi at G Gwich'in Ginjik GNWT at federal government niha tsedo Gwich'in nikinli. At nit o G Gwich'in Ginjik katit o hana tan at nit o G Gwich'in Ginjik itsi atrajach u Ginjik katit o hana tan chan Ginjik go ai. G nuns at chu kante na ti khekhat gehetelat at Ginjik Gwich'in niha Gwich'in gukwahatsa. It's at GNWT Gwich'in at federal government at G nand Gwich'in gukwa in kat niha Gwich'in gukwatsi kire tai gukwatsi goje gukwatsi at Guvenjit Gwich'in gukwa in Gwich'in Giti It's at Judin Tsedo Ginjik Gwich'in gatsi It's at G Nukunako Vikire Adri Ajaj U Kire Nukunako Echuk Gwich'in ai Guk Anteka na Tia Chan G Gwich'in Gwich'o Gukwatsi Kire Ejich Inili Nechi Nanjit go ai Ginjik Gwich'in Gukwatsi. It's at G Northwest Territories Gwich'in Nand Gwich'in gukwa in G Nankaktak G North Gwre Gwan Ako Dikiti It's at Nivit in Guvenjit go I G Gwan Northwest Territories Gwich'in Gwehe at G Nand Ejich Gondli minerals kukwa nu G Uok Nankak Ako Dinjii go Aikwa at G Northwest Territories go and Gwich'in Gwich'in in Guvenjit Gagu Trohana Cha It's at Canada Gwich'in Niha Gwich'in Gukhatsa It's at G Northwest Territories Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in Gwinchi go ai It's at Uok Katha Niha Gwich'in Gukwahatsa Ginjik go ai.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of ITI. Minister Steve.
Chitnili kukundak. Vori tronje kukundak. Shito kaik et Gwich'in Ile. Jiret Shona Morgan. I said, she shouldn't cut Gwich'in Ginjik nits o Ginjik Gwich'in tronji I nicht gern Gwich'in Akode Gute in Juden Dichit Gwich'in Ginjik Dichit Niliko Ginjik Gwich'in Gwatsi cut. I said, GNWT Gwich'in nu akadan Guvenjit Gwich'in in cut. I said, akadan chanits o die Guvenjit Gwich'in Gwahatsa Gwinjik Akode Gwinjik go ai gore juden katai guvenjit Gwich'in kwatsi kat lo lat Gwich'in lat akatan takini tan Gwich'in only kwa. I Gwich'in genjit ginhiraji else actually kat dienjit Gwich'in kwatsi dai nits o gut or kat I Gwich'in. It's at an nijin Gwich'in enjit Gwich'in ginu direct akatan genjit ginhi I Gwich'in. It's at go get gulat rechan duye khaloks at nijin Gwich'in at ginli dai guvenjit nit e kat only kwa. Go I Gwich'in lat genjit ginhi it's at red ye enji I know nan Nova Scotia nan kakwa an ejectant red I Gwich'in kat rechan juden kat I else actually kat Gwich'in kwa in dai genjit Quincy go I cook at red jet Northwest Territories done I Gwich'in a code gweh a gwinithan it's at Jean it's actually kat guvenjit ginhi.
Member from Range Lake.
Range Lake Gwich'in gehecha. Kieran Testart. G inuchakaik it go an vitre ona so nits o Gwich'in go kwatsi guyendo Dinjii gonli. It's a G inuchakaik it go an agonda isu Dinjii Zhu go atro kat genjit guyendo Gwich'in go kwatsi. It's a G vitre ona so G Canada Gwich'in gwinan kaktak Gwich'in go kwahatsa guvenjit go it's a gwatat gwindai I Gwich'in chan go gwindai it's at guk ante na tia. It's a G jiti yeno dai khaitak gwat trigwal sai nits o ako de gwede in akatan chan ako de gede in. It's a G takuding jit gwat si I guyendo nuwenjit G Northwest Territories genjit gweheza kwa. It's at G Northwest Territories go an da gwehej gahgwiden dai kwa go G neveta in nuwenjit Gwich'in go kwatsi ki itragwatsi G North go an da gwehej gahgwiden dai kwa. It's at G Canada, it's at Northwest Territories Gwich'in it ikehej genjit gihi diha. It's at G dakuding jit Gwich'in gwehela kwa.
From Tunde
Tunde Gwich'in Richard Jerican. G Canadian Space Agency Gwich'in Jeremy Hansen it's at Jacqueline Hattix at Ditz Ginhi it's a G Canadian Space Agency Gwich'in nu Gwich'in ni leads Gwich'in ay Gwich'in ni leads at Dinjii Zhu Ginjik ha nits o Gwich'in kwati Gwich'in chan ay ti jit ejikwana ha Ginjik Genjit Tricking he it's at I Ginjik chan Gwich'in kwati it's at Jet North Jet Shito Kaik Idnithik Get on a Tanje Danchan Aged Cut at Genjit He it's at Nits o G Ginjik Gwich'in in Ginjik Dataka Gwandaka it's at Nits o Adanchan Get on a Tan Gwich'in in Li Hatak it's at no hook aged cut notes at Genjik He Red Queensy it's at Gwich'in Northwest Territories Gwich'in in Katgo good aged cut Gwich'in Dule Queensy and o Guve Van Hako Ginjik Chan a code Gwich Gwini then it's at Northwest Territories at Juden Kachasha Gwich'in Nochits at G Dinjii Jadithak Wishit Benjit Queensy Gutela Gwini then Hi Gwich'in
From the
Satu Gwich'in Gehecha. Danny McNeely. G Haigushik Gwich'in do Ashi Kwa at G Cho Gine Trashik Genjit Gwich'in do Quincy Kwa at G Taigwinjik go Hangwinjik Gine Trashik Genjit go Aikwa at Nukenjit Gwehesu at G Tai Gihtet Dinin Tin go Chu Jacques Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Duye Trichoha Gine Trashik G Itaquehedia G Ata He Judagon Chu Kire Gwich'in do Tedo Le Genjit Atraja Chu at G Kaik it Gwich'in at Chit go I G Kaik it Gwich'in at Nicha Genjit Gigging He G Mackenzie Valley Highway Trikwahatsa Genjit Gigging He it's at G Trikwahatsa Genjit Gwich'in Gukuna in it's a G Shakaik it go an chan nits o Chaitak Tragwati Taigwinjik Chaitak Tragwati at Taigwinjik at GG Netrajik Gukwit it Gwich'in do Gikwidan Kwa Gwit G Genjit Gu Hadal Kat.
member statements. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Eti Tad Gwich'in George Nersu Tuesday, March 11th, Dan Gwitz at G Gwitz at Gihe it's at G Tedley J Gwikaik at Dandred G Gwi it's at G Gondai Zuha Gwitz Gwati it's at Daigojik Chanji Itieten tloko kakchan kunahin bits at Dinjii Ginjik. It's at no hint no kaik it Gwich'in red I Gwich'in code good in. It's at I didn't cut dante Gwich'in cut keenly akadan chan akadan kanjit it had Ginjik in yeah Quincy go I enjoy it chan it's a Dinjii he enjoy aged leads at G Shrikwendai goods at Ginjit he ha nindan it's at I go chan dits koha quinly only it's at Nichin Vitreo nato goods at Ginhi chan trade heads at Shito hike it akadanti deeds a Ginhi. I angel lay kachan gini than quads that's under ju goods at Ginhi qua. I go chanji je Gwich'in Ginjik cut red I Gwich'in issues at goods and nearly quads at the Ginjik only I Gwich'in the Gwi I Gwich'in Gweda I needs or a Juten cut Gwizut at good quad Gwi at I Gonda Izuha Gwich'in Ginjik. It's at G kike it Gwich'in Gwendots at nits o Dinjii good hesa Ginjik only quads Ginjik Ginhi. I could a Ginhi. It's at chan I enjoy aged nits o it's at Dinjii Ginhi Gwendots at I kike it Gwich'in Shrikwendai Ginjik Guvenjik Gutela Gwini than it's at Juden cut issues at goods at Hendal at Gwich'in it's at I Shrikwendai Gwich'in Naka head Ginjik Gwini than chan goods Gitehia.
Member from Great Slave.
Great Slave Gwich'in and Gihi Kate Reed. G Shina ne kai Gwich'in Gwiendo Gwich'in Google Sai Genjit Masi Choni Than Sha Gwich'in Gwa in Kat Guhalja. G Shito Kaik it Gwich'in Achin I Genjit go I Gwiendo Gwinzigi Gwich'in go I at April Gwich'in chan Dinjii Chin ha Genjit Dinjii go Gwahatsa at I G Shrito Kaik it Gwiendo Niha Llinach dal Genjit go at Jidita G Shrito Kaik it Gwich'in Genjit go I.
Momfrey Gwich'in Jane Wellner Armstrong. Hi Chitki Gwezi aged cut goods Giti here Nathan. It's a aged cut at under dealer red G Tai Gwizu Gunjik Geta Kitugonju G Gonda Izuha. I go Chanili Kike it go DJ go Chana Koto Good in Gonahin. And G Alberta Chanako Gwich'in Gwich'in it's endo no kaik it betcha ko an chan gwendots at a code Gwich'in the Gwich'in cheats era disu go gonda isu ha ko Gwich'in dia gweda it's endo go diet at a go genjit tako it's at red clito nan katko an red akatan genjit which it had go kwati G3 Gwindai Gwinjik it's at NG Ottawa goods at Chana de chokat say the 1.9 million akwahle goods at Nikki Meanly Gwishit Nikki Meanly it's at G Jusen kat Sri Gwindai Gwinjik Nekate Sri Gutela Guvenjit I Gwinjik Genjik which at Kwati it's at Gwendots at Endots at Red G issues at Aged Cuts at DJ O Kata Gwendots at Gudave Gutesa Gwinjik Red Gwizia Kodik Gohen Dai Gwinjik Guvenjida Kodik Gwini than Hi no.
Okay. Member statements. Member from
Framley Gwich'in Gehecha. Julian Morse. G Northwest Territories go an llai gug adrana ti at G llai cat drilltik genjit goods at G at Dinjii Zhu leads at drilltik lead G llai cat deeds at Dinjii at Gwiendo Ditai Tat Gwehesa Genjit goods at Dinjii at Niha Tricking he go Niha Dro Didai G Klaikat Chan Eshik Dianjit go Gin leads at G Evans at Gate Ona Tanje nor slave Jekwa right at Gate Ona Tanje Yellow Knife Gushit Queen Lit go I G High Cut Good it go quat seeds at G Stanton else X Dan Chan Ako Dikiti at G cut therapy dog program good gugwa nu genjit good it gugwa si guyen do gwinzi gugwit it gonli at G genjit juji and gushit good it gugwa si kire Dinjii katak Gwiendo Shri Gugwehen Dites at Guvenjit Gwinzi.
member statement.
Decho Gwich'in Cheryl Yakalaya it's a Dinjii Bagonli Drin Genjit Short Tela Katikins it's a G Dina Gono and it's all ha Gweda J Nuns a Chua Genjit Ejuk Gwinjik it's at G Cho 2012 gno get it in Intin I good it heights it I benan kako anako genjit windows at Quincy gon li kwa ji go dai good ji kwan go chudak Dinjii ha genjit thak heights at ji ich cho nits o do late I hear good it kwati I gwinjik ha genjik ginhi heights at go heights at ji nitla genjik good it good dal go jidi ha kod Gwich'in chan shik gon li heights at dule gwendots at Gwich'in at kwati nits o good it ji merv hardy drish onik hat de la genjit ginhi heights at na kwanji shendit dots at red chuchan gutela guts at genjit kwahatsani dan
Nuvik Boot Lake.
Inuvik Bootleg Gwich'in Denny Rogers Ginhi Ji Gwich'in Gwich'in kwa in Ninjuk kwatha Aight at Nuwenjit Gwich'in kwa in Katak Gwiendo Nuwenjit Gwich'in ko kwalsai Aight at Ji Gwich'in Nuwenjit Gwich'in ko kwatsi Gwiendo genjit height nithan Aight at Judin dikin uka kitendai Aight at yendo shendit gujik linahatal guts at gwedha
It's a member from Yale Knife Center.
Shritso kaik it Gwich'in
Including its regulations. Now, it isn't necessarily the most
Robert Hawkins. It's a G Gundak Isat Genjit Ginhi. It's a Nits o Northwest Territories good Dinjii cut Gwynley Gwendots at Gwalli Gwyniddan. It's a red non cut eji go and lay goods a chanjat gwayant gont inch ools at I go shikai gwinjik red jita gwinjik I could net a genjit gonly it's at Juden cut G cut ginly it's at Juden cut gwant ginj gwandots a chan gulat red gahkitindai ginly it's at Nila to good it Dule Gwinjik go good it a good ditch Gwinjik good hela Gwyniddan it's at Lake at Dule Chanli ha good it Gukwati Gujika I Gwinjik Chan Gwendots that called good in qua it's at G Juden
We have one group coming from who knows where, Germany, whether the Netherlands, or other friendly nations, of course, wanting to do
Nishinech issues at Gat Dindai Gwinjik I genjit ginhi it's at Jidi Dahi Gat Dindai Kwa genjit goods at Chan goods at Gwatsi I gwinjik genjit ginhi it's at Gujik Chan issues at Gat Dindai Kadred, Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwich'in Gwich'in Akadanchan Micha Eju Kadha Dule Gwich'in Gwich'in Ginjik Dinjii Guteza Gwinidan. It's at Northwest Territories, Gwendo, at I Ginjik Ako, Gwich'in Gwatsi, it's a get Onatan Ginjik, Genjit Hai Gwinidan. No.
Past weekend,
Shane Thompson ging he King Charles III nits o Gwich'in Ginjik Dietz andre Gwatsi at Nehende Ginjik Chitkat Gwich'in Gogolsai it's at Gwich'in Gehela Chief Kelly Antoine Gilbert Kazans at Mary Kazan Dinjii van NWTAC Nicha Ligel at Etrin al Lavesta Google say I wish it the Gwich'in Ginjik Chitini Nisi Goods and Equal say it's at Jean Marie River Chan Climate Change Resilience Ginjik Gayi Goods and Equal say go it's at Gwich'in Ginley Fort Simpson Goods at Gwich'in Gayi Nishlagatsi it's at Judin Gagut Ona Tanchan Ashik Guva Ginli I Genjit Jitsak Gwich'in Ihli Genjit Sho Ihli
Streets ho Kaik at Gwich'in Yellowknife South Goods at Caroline Wozniak. It's at G. Juden Katet Hagenjit Gwich'in Gwatsi. It's at Jive Ichle Stephen Ludit Tanger Dinjii Zhu Nilits at Kai Tikjutin and it's Day Chine Kai Gwatlik Gwich'in the Gwich'in Gwich'in. It's at G. Tin Angie Chan Vash in Daiji at Inithan Gwich'in. It's at G. Ginjik Chan G. Red Orchid Shito Kaik it Genjit Gwich'in Inli. It's at Angie Nankat Chan. It's at Jagwayan Jat Shito Kaik it and Red Gwich'in Gogolsai. It's at Genie Lake Gwich'in for Gwich'in Queensy Ginjik Gwinli. It's at G. Na Chu Genji Chan Gwich'in Gogolsai. I Genji Chan Begutral Che Jean Gwich'in Queensy Enjit. It's at Jinandi de Gudek it Gwich'in Genji Chan Atan Chan Gwich'in Inli. It's at High 2020 Gwno Chan issues at Chit Inli G. Dikaik Gunaku again Gwich'in Gudek. It's at Guns at Nitzo Gwich'in Ginjik. It's at Jijat Gwich'in Chit Inli Nilik. It's at Guvenji Chan Gwinzi ninja that's a danger chan shigwizi which go Genjit ninja that it's a red Gwendots a chan deeds a trenu Genjit gwishit inly it's a Jijun cut which it Gwati I Gwinjik chan atan the engine shik gwizi which it ahtsies a deeds a trenu Gwinjik jadita Genjit it's a Jijun cut Yevan which it Gwati it's a I Gwinjik chan Red good go Gwati gwishit chan gwizi's adventure he it's a because it gwyn tala gwyni than gore it gwyn sheets at the end it it Gwati it's a dan trade shagwishit which it Gwati gwynjik shik yina ins at jidi tak chanji dinjii Gatin diatronic gwynjik enjit nili it's a shit gwishit to gwich it gwynzi Gwati it's a hundred gwendots at not tak gwich it gwynzi gwenjit hai yeah no it the way good his gwynjik shout inly Benjit inly lit and said Benjit short inly
Member statements.
G gwishit frame lake gwchit gehe Julian Morse G gwishit nukwa troti G dan kat go I kukwehe a genshit utal kat G genshit Gwich'in gwinin dan frame lake gwchit G nukwa go di G llai kit vaji gwishit didi it's at St. John ambulance gwits at Ginley Laurie Anderson St. John's ambulance it's at G nukwa gudi genchit hai chonithan Tuni de wale de gwchit ging he Canadian Space Agency Jeremy Hansen Ian Burrow G nukwa gudi genchit it's as you cut chan nukwa gudi genchit height nithan
Valerie. Sorry. Recognition of visitors.
June dia Gwich'in at Gwich'in Dai Yellowknife Center Robert Hawkins Yellowknife South Steve Lurid Enjit a Gwich'il Shades a show have Enjit Gehe Enjit Gwizit Gwnu it's at Gwich'in Gwynlit Chai Gwalli Gwynjik Nikunin that's at Ndova Gwich'in Nikunin Jit it's at Genie like Gwich'in Jat Gwich'in Genjit in it's at Jade seen Venjit shortly. Judendia Gwich'in at good head in die Inuvik Twin Lakes, Lisa Summer, Carolina's Sabachi Raymond, Nook Aged, Jat Gwich'in, Gwich'in, it's at G. St. John Ambulance at G. Judna G. Aichaiha, Gwich'in, Jat Diakinli, Genjit shortly. Judendia Gwich'in at Range Lake. Chief at IG Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwich'in at Ginli at Terry Tester Biti Chandi Tat the
In the gallery, member from Yellowknife North.
Yellowknife North, Gwich'in, Shana Morgan, Jetnachwa, the William Ganyo, Shreech Aquahin, Di Genjit Gwich'in, it's a G. Ace Wiccan Salami Young, G. Shreetokaik it Gwich'in get on a tan Jequits at Ikinju, Nuquits and New Genjit Nuquat Ikinju. Inuvik bootleg Gwich'in. Danny Rogers King he G. Gwich'in Nuquits and New Caitlin Wright at Ulam Jalama G. Nuqa Gwich'in Gugwatsi Genjit Height Nithan. I'd G. GNWT Genjit Gwich'in in Gwich'in Ginli Genjit Height Nithan. Nuqa Trodi Gahquahet and Di Genjit Satu Gwich'in Danny McNeely King he Deputy Minister Steve Ludit G. Gwich'in Gugwatsi Gwiltsai Genjit Height Nithan. It's a G. Nuqa Gwich'in in G. Nuqenjit Lete Gitili Aichan Guvenjit Masi Nithan. Mofi Gwich'in Jane Whalen Armstrong Ging he Vikenjik Ging he Jukdrin Chetakatsa Gwinzi Nuqakaik it goods at he did it's a G Nuqenjit Lete Getili it's a Gwich'in Gogon tree go Akatan Nuqinjik kat ikinin dan I can chit G. Gwich'in Gugwatsi. It's at Eliza Charlo Nuqa Jet Inli I Eshu Chan astronaut Dinjii it's at Nitso Ako Dihija Gashandai Kwa Shikinjik it's at G. Gwich'in Nuqenjit Gwich'in in kat Steve Ludit at Chan Gwich'in Gwitoko I G. Gwich'in Nuqat Inju Genjit Height Nithan Nika G. Kaik it Gwan Han Games Gugwahatsa Takak Goheden Dai.
From Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great Slave Gwich'in Kate Reed G. It's a G. Ich Chanchat Gwich'in. It's a Steve Ludit Chan Betak Gwich'in Gwich'in Genjit Gwich'in Gwalsaya. It's a Chit Nili Gwitz a Chan. It's at yeah, Gwich'in Nakwan Gwalsaya Genjit Show Genjit Nili Chan. Et itat Gwich'in George Nirsu. Terry Testard, Tedley the Hamlet Genjit Gwich'in Gwatsi. It's at Mr. Ludit Chan Dinjii Gwich'in Dinjii Gwalsaya Genjit Genjit Show Nili Chan no.
Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitor gallery. Member from
Yellowknife South Gwich'in Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwich'in Gonli. It's at G Nuha K'echit Ne Kan Dinjii G Gwich'in Nuhut at Nuhenjit Gwich'in Gwahat Si Genjit Masi Nithan Camlik Gwich'in Caitlin Cleveland Dinjii G Gwich'in Nuha the D Terry Testard Steve Ludit. It's at G Gwich'in in Trochit Gwich'in in Department of Transportation Gwich'in the sites at Va Gwich'in in Genjit Height Nithan. Tuni de Welide Gwich'in Richard Jerkan G Shitrin Jo Alina Jerkan Unaquish Guk Akina T Genjit Height Nithan. It's at Judin Shah Gwich'in it's at Iket Ona Tanje Gwich'in it's at G Nuhenjit Lete Dili Genjit Gwich'in Genjit Height Nithan. It's at Terry Testard with Nukwathet D Genjit Height Nithan.
from Tabacha.
Zabacha Gwich'in J. McDonald Dint Chan Vilak Steve Lugut Nishuk Dienjit Gwich'in Gwalsaya Genjit Show Nili Chan. DHOD Hay River North Gwich'in R.J. Simpson. It's at no Chiclet Ela Cut Nohenjit Gwich'in Gugat Seeds at Jigdrin Nitat at Art Gwalsaya. It's at Gechet at Steve Ludit. Went over Gwich'in Gwich'in Aids at Chicago Gwich'in Gwalsaya. It's at Jachit Henjit Gwich'in Gwatsi. It's at Gwalsaya. It's at Ninja Ako Gwich'in Gwinzi Genjit Hai Vitrahnu.
Mr. Lu Dinjii Gwich'in the Ginjik Gwich'in do seo ihlid a G ni Teach the in Achintra Genjik he it's a G Nuenjit good at Google say Genjit show delete at G Gujit Terry Tester Dinjii Zhu at Jet Government of the Northwest Territories Drochit Genjit Gwich'in in Ejik Dinjii at Mary Jane Kazan Denisha T Genjit Klete Tredeli Inli Genjit Masit Nathan Aids at Lavastat Sal Triquil Saiji Lle Tredeli Kat I Genjit Hai Nathan. It's a G Northwest Territories Genjit Gujit Aninch Ukat Guvenjit Gwich'in in Genjit Shoh Ihli I at Gwan Genjit in Nikahashi.
Thank you, colleagues. Motions. Member from Elney Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Juk Robert Hawkins, Yellowknife Center, Gwich'in G North Gwich'in 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 Dinjii cut Gwich'in go gon tree Gwich'in go Dinjii Zhu cut Gwich'in goods and Gwich'in Ginjik go G Gwich'in cut Gwich'in dan Gwich'in cut Gwich'in dan qua G Ginjik na that cut G Dinjii Zhu Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in 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 dan qua G juk na Gwich'in sheet Shehe na that Ginjik Gwich'in Italy G Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in at he Gwich'in Nik it H Ginjik Gwich'in nita than G Government of the Northwest Territories nits o Gwich'in deeds and Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in Gwich'in G NWT Gwich'in died at Dinjii cut at Gwich'in go gon tree cut tak Gwich'in Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in nita than.
Motion is in order to the motion. Member.
Jishin Li Ginjik Giginhi. Chan Robert Hawkins. G Ginjik Gwynlit Gwich'in Ginjik Giginhi. I said Nitlik Jilt Einat Kachan Ginjik Giginhi. I said Ginjik Gwich'in Chan Ginjik Giginhi. G Nits o G Northwest Territories good day to High Tikju Tins Edithlo Gundia Gwahle Guts at Red Nijin Gwich'in Gwatsi Gwich'in Di Gonji Direct Juden Kada Gwich'in Di Gonji Red I Gunjik Ishits at Dinjii Zhu cut Gwich'in Gitela Gwich'in dan so I Gunjik a ko Gwendots at a ko to Gonju qua I said Jad Northwest Territories dan Juden cut Chan Guts again Lee Jad Gwian Di Gun Lee G Richan Agatan Chan Gwich'in Jit Dulek Deach on G. It's at Northwest Territories Dinjii cut Gwian dots at the Jagwian Gwich'in G Gwich'in Nijin Gwich'in Jit Deach on G Gwyn dan. I go great as you cut go as you nan cut goods at Gwian Gwich'in Deach on G. It's at Nitli Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in Gwatsi go gate hak chan nik it the gonju. It's at Gwich'in kat agadan chana kodi ginurit guvenjit Dinjii Zhu kat le kat Gwich'in gugati genjit Gwich'onji kwa ginle kwa gwinu. I gujik chan nile gujira kodi gonju. I'd said G di Gwich'in gonli I'd said I gujik chan di katrona gujik chan gonli kwa kete gonju di Gwich'in denjit nile juk genjit. I'd said G genjit Gwich'in na teeds at I Gwich'in chan grades at Gwich'in. I'd said Gwendots a chanji ishits a chit kat dule islat genjit Gwich'in dule akadan chan Gwich'in enjit di chonji. I'd said I jinan kako an chan it's o genjit go I'd said le jat Northwest Territories akadan jiti genjit guizi go guati. I'd said jat akoji Gwich'in kwa in Gwich'in nits all genjit the Gwich'in only go guizi shits at Gwich'in kwanu. I'd said Gwendots at Northwest Territories Gwits at Green Leads at Jagwayan Deacon Leads at Ishits at Chan Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Ginjik Hakadan Trochit Gwich'in Enjit Gut o Hendal Gwini than Ginjik Genjik Gihi. I'd said Gwendots at Ishits at Nits o Ginjik Genjik go I Gwich'in gonli go red I gwi chan ejuk net gwati. I said go nik and the end good hesa Ginjik a code gonju. I said I gujik chan chidenjit chan le chan the end chidenjit Gwich'in goha a gini dan kwa. I gujik chan le at le kat chidenjit Gwich'in go GNWT go I Gwich'in gwizi go go sai genjit sho gindi go gwendos at le kat gindi kwa. At Gwich'in nati Ginjik I'd said nila to Gwich'in a ko Gwich'in. I'd said nits o gukakut helats at Gwich'in. I'd said G Northwest Territories nila kaik it takuts at nin nehe go Isaac's Harbor kwa go I'd said I Gwich'in chan nits o Gwich'in gwati Gwich'in. I'd said I Gwich'in chan nits o Gwich'in enjit ishits at get Jonathan Gwich'in Trinley It's at Grandots at Nits or Dots at Gwich'in Hatsa Ginjik Dule Chan Dikich Onatan Ginjik Nik et Gutela Enjik here I read Gwich'in dan. It's at Dantrahe Dinjii Zhu Ginjik. It's at Nits or good at the Enjit. It's at Yeta Great Country Genjit Ginhi. It's a Jijun Katatai He GNWT Enjit Gutrit Gwatsi Chan Genjit Gigiteha Gnat Jat Gitagonju Goret G Jilch Inach Guts Ginhi Goret Gukakondi Kwa. It's at Chan G Chit Jat in Leeds at Ans at Red Ans at Lake Chan Genjit Ginli Kwak to Gonju Gwino. It's at Jish Genjit Shakuna G Genjit Gwich'in Gwat seats at Gwich'in Chan Kudi e Gwini than G Nits or Kishnak Ahali Ginjik. Do Genjit Ginhe.
Range Lake. Or sorry, Yelnai Center. Member from Range.
G Range Lake Gwich'in Kieran Testart Gehecha. G Yukon Gwan Chitkin Lee I in a quick it again quads at G government Genjit Gwich'in in cut. It's at NWT Gwich'in Gwich'in cut. Nukwa Gwich'in Gugwa Si Go G government Enjit Gwich'in in cut GNWT. It's at GNWT Gwich'in Nits or Dakuting Genjit equals Sai Ginjik Gwich'in Dai. It's at Nakote that 30 Aquahlay G Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in in Gwich'in 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 Do Gwinsi Kwa. It's at G Gejit Nat equals Sai. It's at I at the he dakuting Gwich'in go I go quad equals Sai Ju Gwich'in Do I Gwich'in Do Gwinsi Kwa. It's at Dienjit Gogon Tree Cut Chi Gwich'in Ginjik takuting trikulsai guvenjit gushit go aikwa. It's akatan gushit ginli kwa it guvenjit gonjo. It's Judin u ok dienjit giking he kat chi genjit goods at ging he kwa genu chi takuting trikulsai kuyendo tsak digen dienjit quincy kwa at tsak gushit guvenjit gushit go aikwa. Chi gushit guchit kwa in kat guvenjit gushit go aikwa. It's at Gwich'in dienjit gushit go aikwa at GNWT gushit it anginju kat gushit gehela guvenjit go ai. It's at G P2 gukwa nudes at I Gwich'in ako tikenu Gwich'in kat iguinin dan kwa. It's at G kat gushit ikehej akwa quick it guvenjit king he. It's a G government gushit guchit kwa in kat u okt anginju ha kikeheja. It's a G gushit khelo guchit kwa in kat akatan G takuting kalsai. It's at Ihlay gorai G genjit aha genu kutineh kete in. It's at G guts at Dinjii Zhu Ginjik G NWT gushit guchit kwa hatsa guvenjit go ai. It's at G NWT guchit kwa in government of the NWT genjit guchit kwa in nakute that 25 gushit guchit kwa in G ihle shakwan tak at G gushit guchit kwa in gushik I union good kwa nu goods at ging he quads at Quincy guchit the guchit kwa in. It's at G kutakuting kejit trikulsai Gwich'in kuna enda Gwich'in kat inin dan kwa. It's at G Chan GNWT genjit guchit kwa in. It's at 30 nakuta that 35 gushit guchit kwa in guchit unu at G gushit guchit kwa in nits o tronji kat inin dan kwa genjit the guchit gunu. It's at Judin Quincy Gwich'in ko Dinjii nisi akitan G Gwich'it etchuk nilnich iko ay goods and requatsi. It's at Shagwitch'it ehe uchi nu I GNWT Genjit Gwich'it in kat guva gini he. It's at nits o Gwich'it gokahat sa Genjit goods at gihet at Guyendo G Gutakuting e kat ikinin dan kwa ginu. It's at uok angin chu Genjit kicking he. G Northwest Territories Gwich'in ikin chu nits o GNWT Enjit Gwich'it gokahat sa guvenjit go ay Gwich'in kat ikinin dan kwa. It's at G Gwich'it Ginju kat G GNWT Genjit Gwich'it gokahat sa ginin dan G Gwich'in guvenjit gi gwadan kwa. It's at GNWT at uok anginju I NWT ok ikinju kat guvenjit Gwich'it gokahat sa Genjit go ay at G Northwest Territories Gwich'in kat Gwich'it guvenjit go ay kwa. It's at G Northwest Territories guvenjit go gon tri kat Gwich'in guvenjit go gwehe a. It's at G nits o kutakuting e trikul sai kat ini dan kwat at nits o trikul sai Gwich'in Genjit ninji gadat at khan ako te kwete in ginu. It's at G Genjit nadat kat G Gwich'in kushi kukwa na a Genjit kicking he ko ay he kushit nikakwi ay. It's at gulat chen G kutakuting ki etrakwahat sa ginu ko ay he etchuk trikwil say. G khelo Genjit na that kat Gwich'in good or that church at takinin dan Genjit ninji gwehe that. Right at G goods at takuting e etchuk na trakwat si day. G Gwich'it chilch a kat Gwich'in Gwich'it kokwa na ads at G Gwich'it itich u Gujik I uokt anginj u guvenjit Gwich'it in. It's a GNWT Gwich'it ikinj u guvenjit Gwich'it in kwa kit takonch'utz at chi takuting k'ije akotikini dan at chi NWT tanginch'u kat t'ochit ikehech'a kuinin dan at Gwich'in Gwich'in kat kuyendo kuvenchit kwehesa kinin dan at chi nihlenech ikenchit nadat kushit kuinin dan chi motion kenchit aha kehtencha at G Northwest Territories and Ginjik kat trochit gehej G motion genchit aha gehenja.
Wati. Or, sorry, Wolfrey.
Mumfrey, Gwich'in, Jane Wellner, Armstrong. It's a Gwich'in. It's a G Indigenous Employment Policy. I read the Gwich'in Ginjik Kwahatsa Ginjik Not Kwahatsa Gwizi Ginjik Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwich'in Dinjii Ginjik Ginjik It's it. DJ kat Gwich'in Juden kat dai he Gwich'in Gwich'in akitan chanai Gwich'in Dinjii it's a street hike it Gwich'in shik DJ ko it's a kahatal Gwich'in go get onatan Ginjik It's at Winlet no hike it could sell go unread good Dinjik only quads at that get or Nathan Ginjik it's a good aged cut I Ginjik cut I hate daji quizu gondai ha nits okweda go I Ginjik it's at G ocean quasi goods at to attend Gwich'in Nilino.
Member from Trinity Willoughby.
Tuni de wale de Gwich'in gehecha G Gwich'in genchit gut takuting trikwaltsai genchit ninji ethat at G Northwest Territories Gwich'in in kat P1, P2, P3 Gugwatnu it's at G Chechlok na that G Gutakuting Kukultsai dai G Gwich'in in kat Gwich'in go I genu it's at G takuting Trekwatsi G Dinjii Zhu Ginjik and Northwest Territories go and Gwich'in Guvenjit Gwehea it's at Juden G Northwest Territories goods at again Ju Guvenjit Gwich'in Gwehe Kwa it's at juk natural sites at juk G Gwich'in Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwich'in Gwich'in G Dakuting Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Dakuting Chigultsai Gwich'in Gonchu G Genjit Gwich'in He La Nithan Kwago I G Gwich'in Dakuting Gwich'in Go I Nakuta that 35 Genjit Gwich'in Go I Gwich'in Do Gwich'in He Nithan it's at I 19th Assembly Gwich'in Ajik Khelok na that Guvat each oods at GNWT Gwich'in and Ginju it's at GNWT Gwich'in Government of the Northwest Territories and Jit Gwiendo Dinjii Zhu Kat Gwich'in Gugwahatsa Ginu Dai GET Half Gwivan Gwiendo Tedo Legen Jit Tro Katalsa Kit Gonjo right a G Affirmative Action Policy Gugwanu Nakote that 35 Gwich'in Dinju it's at I Gwich'in Dinju I he Chitty Gwich'in Go I Genjit Ninji eat that it's at G Northwest Territories Gwich'in G Gutakuting Sai Go Judin Northwest Territories Gwich'in Dinju Gwich'in Gwich'in Kat Akatan Chan G Genjit Daginin Dan Gehtenja G Gwich'in Khelok na that cat G Kutakuting Kukoltsai G Kutakuting Chikwaha Sagenjit motion Tsi it's at Shukhaik Gwan Genjit Guvenjit Gwich'in Gwich'in G Gwich'in na that cat Akatan Dakinin then Gwinjik G Dakuting Chigwatsi G Gwich'in Khelok na that at Kaik Gwich'in and Ginju Kat Gudel Kwa at G Gutakuting Chigwatsi Day Net o kicking he Gudel Kat at she G Gutakuting Chukolsai it's at G Gwich'in Gutakuting Chukolsai Dinjii Zhu Kat Gwiendo Gwich'in Goods and Chukwahatsa I Gwenjik Gwich'in Gugwahatsa G Niha Genjit Gihidihats at G Gwenjik Gwich'in Gugwatsita G Hechlat Di Gwich'in Idich It's a G motion Gwich'in Ginjik aha G nu. It's a G Northwest Territories go and Dinjii Gu Ginjik G that's at I Ginjik Gwich'in Nithan. G motion Gwich'in Ginjik aha G nu.
To the motion, member from Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker,
Shauna Morgan sheets ho kike it Yellowknife North Gwich'in Atan Ginjik nili kwaji nits o Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Ginjik di onji kwa Ginjik Ginjik Ginhi. It's at I Ginjik chan Ejit nat kwahatsa Ginjik di Kashrakahal hi good the good egg Ginjik Giginhi. Kwatant be ichler a codinurit Chaka I at I he Ginjiko I Gojik I Ginjik in a chan Genits or Gwich'in Ginjik di onji I Ginjik is it at Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwich'in li akatan I Gwich'in Nilhet Ginjik good onji Gwich'in Ginjik I Gojik great nits or I Ginjik or it's at G Chitanjit which it requires in cut chan Nilhet goods at inly Ginjik Ginjik go I quack at the gonju. It's at G Dinjii Zhu cut and at the edgy Dinjii cut Nilhet goods againly it's at nits or Guvenjit. She kundai it's at edgy hatak Gwich'in Dik it yenj Gwich'in Gwinithan. Gwendots at Genjit Gitehia Gwinithan red in its all Jad Northwest Territories nan kak Gwich'in Nijin Gwich'in Gwatsi dai Gwich'in Danger di onji dai le di Gwini e Ginjik Gwich'in chan gonli. I Gwendots at I Gwich'in Gwinithan. It's at Nilek chan Dinjii Zhu kat Ginjik chan Gwich'in Gudek it Nilek gonli. I Gwich'in chan le generally ti Gwich'in kat I Ginjik dik o chan gin leak it a gonju. It's at get great le kachan yenji eji nan kat go an diket ona chan Ginjik Ginjik Ginju I a chanjat Northwest Territories goods at nat at the delta Gwenjit Gwich'in kwa enjit atan chan Ginjik nili kwanu.
Great Slave Gwich'in Kate Reed Ginhi. G the Yellowknife North Gwich'in Danu Vic it Nithan G Jitty ata he iti ai kunchik kuchit kwa inchi ata he nits o takuchu that quick it kuhela chi get ona tan kuchit kwa in aik I he nits o kuchit he dia dianjet kwa he chi sha kuchit kwa in kat Dinjii Zhu Ginjik chi kutakuting kat kinin danji kuva ihi ai at chi kuchit kwa in kat kuyento kuvenjet ko ai kwa kuvenjet kuyento konli kwat at GNWT kuchit kuyento kuchit kwa in kat gonli ai chi Quincy ko Judin kuvenjet kuchit kwel in ako tikashahnu chi Judin kuvenjet ko country kuchit kutsan kwa ti dai kuyento kuvenjet kwehesa at ketak chi genjet uokat genjet kekeheya kuvenjet ko country at chi genjet kuchit kwa in kat kuyento kunint ai kuchit ko kwa ti ko chi kutakuting ata he kushit kuinli kuyento kushit kukwa na chi ai chi kuhesa ko chi genjit shitja kat shits at kicking he chi nik it gut it deets and kwa si dai nik it gut it deets and kwa si ko nik it gut it dienjet ko he chi kwehesa nights at nits o Dinjii Dinjii Zhu ko eshi kutinji Dinjii it's at G motion kushit chakwahat sa ai G genjet ihli kwa
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Frame Lake Gwich'in Julian Morse. At Aji Gwich'in Slorit Gwendots at Nits a Kohat a Gonchu Kwak it a Gonchu Goji Juden Kat Dinjii Zhu Kat Train leads at Gwich'in Kwatsi the Tagenjit at Goji nits o I genjit the gooding a gwenjik only it's at George Dinjii Zhu Kat Akadan Gwich'in Angit Gut o Hendal It's a good akatan Gwich'in Gitela Gwinidan. I Gwich'in G Ginjik Dits a Ginhi. Go Nichet Gwich'in Chan Dienjit Chlorid Jidita Genjit Quincy Gonli Qua Nichet Gwich'in Geta Great Juden Kat Di Gudin Jiks at Gukundai Go I Guvenje Chan Jidita Gwich'in Gudijit Gonli Qua. It's at Giniche to get ona tan Gwich'in Chan issues at the end Gwich'in Jidita Quincy Gonli Qua Chan. Go Juden Kat the G Ginjik deeds at Genjit Gihe Agatan Chan Genjit the Ginin then deeds at Genjit Gihe G which at Genjit the good in its or deed on which at Genjit deed on to Ginjik. I go to Chan Gwen dots at Genjit get here Gwinin then as I'd read at I hear it I Genjit good in it a gold saiji deeds at Genjit again head red Gwynlit edichi Genjit Gwynli it's like two tins at it's a day chine kai kwahle gujit tick gujit grief g edit nat kwati gujit gonli. It's a GN Enjit issues at Chitnili Chanvits at Ginhe. It's at I hear dots at Hakweda Gwini than G or Chit Gwen dots at Gwich'in. Giteha Genjit. Goret G Ginjiki Shatred Chan get Onatan Nisha Gwich'in Chan Quincy Gwich'in Quincy Gonli Qua Nisha Gwich'in. It's at Gatak Chan It's Goha Gunjiko I Genji Chan I he Gwich'in Gohatsa Guizina Gohatsa Gunjik. It's at Juden Katchan Nisha to goods at Ginli go Nisha to Gwich'in. It's all Gin Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwich'in Genjit Chan Nik it Guvenjit Gutela Gwinidan. It's at G the Gudin Gwich'in Chan Shat Gwich'in Jilch Enat Kat Gonli. It's at I Gwich'in Gwen dots at shits at goods at Genjit Gihe Qua Chaka Kot Gonju Dulain dots at I Genjit Gihe I he Gunjik Guizinat Gohatsa Gunjik Genjit. It's at issues at Gwich'in Gwini than red Dienjit Thak which it Gutela Gwini than Gwich'in Genjit Dich o Hent al Gwini than. It's at Genjit Ninja at that red Jichun Kat Gwich'in Ginli Qua. It's at It's a Chan Itak to Tins Dan Kat Gwich'in I he Genjit Gwich'in Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in Chan G Gwich'in Nat Gwati G Rit Gwich'in A Gwich'in Chan Ako Gwich'in Nithitlo Kwa G Shits at Ishlet G Northwest Territories not Kak Gwich'in Juden Kat Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Kat Ginli Go Eju Ginjik Kat Ginli Gwich'in at Nits O De Lik It Gwich'in Gutela Ginjik Goret Adan Chan Ginjik Gwizi Ginjik Ninja Ada G Kishinakahali Lat Gwich'in Ginjik Giginhi Adan Gwich'in Ginjik Red Nili Goret God Gachets a Chan Ginjik Gat Hedin Dini Dan Red at that heritage it's a chit kat ginli red Gijel Jainat Kat Ginjik Ginli Goods at Ginhe. It's a Judni Angit Chitnili I Vikaik it's a Juden Kat Yanji Ejinan Kat Get Onatan Gwich'in I'd Guvenjit Ninja Adat I'd at Red Chanjat Northwest Territories Goods at Nekeheta G Richan Itlat Guvenjit Goods I'd at Gutela Ishits at Chitkat Genjit Akotikinu I'd at Dodes at Genjit I hate which at Kwahatsa Goji Isle Genjit Le Dule Goods Aids at Nijujit Good Kwahatsa Nindan.
Frame Lake. Member from Nuvik Range Lake. So how about try this? How about I moved Range Lake to a Nuvik. A Nuvik Boot Lake.
Inuvik Boot Lake, Denny Rogers, King He. G Genjit Gwich'in Do Chiking He Shikaik It Gwich'in Chan Genjit Gwich'in Do Giking He. It's at G Northwest Territories Gwich'in GNWT Genjit Gwich'in in Kat Lake Ginli It's at G Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwich'in Gukwahatsa Gwich'in Gehedia Gwich'in Gwehea It's at I Dakuting Nakuta that 30 Gwachle Chikwilsai Gwich'in Do Vicky He Gwich'in Do Gwinzi Kwa It's at G Kutakuting Chikwilsai at G Northwest Territories Dinjii Zhu Akatan Gwich'in Goods and Kwahatsa Ochit Akatan Gwich'in Goods and Kwahatsa It's at G Kire Ako the Gonj Kwa It's at Gwich'in Gwina Inday Dinjii Zhu Kat Gwich'in Do Gwich'in Gwich'in in Gingli Kwa.
Excuse me.
Gwich'in Gwich'in Day. Gwiendo Gwich'in Gwinchi Goods and Gwati Kwa. It's a Judin Gwich'in Goods and Gwati. G Gudakuting Gwinchik Gwich'in Goods and Gwati Kwa. I genjit Gwiendo Ninji Ethat. It's a G Gudakuting Ejit Le Ako Tikwaheja. G genjit Ishit a chit genjit Gwich'in Gugwati Le Dule Guva. Gini Dihi genjit Gwehe a. Right, and Juk Nits o Gwich'in Gugwati Gwiendo Kihe Gwiendo G Gudakuting Gwinti Kwa. It's at G Guvenjit Gwich'in Kwa in G Gudakuting Gwinchik Gwich'in Kwa in Kat Gwiendo G Gudakuting Gwinchik Gwich'in Gugwati Kwa Kihe. Dinjii Zhu Kat Gwiendo Gwich'in Gugwati Kwa. Uok Gwich'in Nile Echukon Li Go Dienjit Gwich'in Gugwahatsa Nile Nechi Gwich'in Dinjii Zhu Kat Gwich'in Goods and Gwahatsa Gwinin Danji G Dakuting Gwinchik Ako Dekwehedia. G Ishit a chit Gwich'in Gindli Dakinu Genjit Ninji Ethat at Genjit Ninji Ethat at Chan Ako Dinithan Go GNWT Gwich'in Dinjii Zhu Kat Trochit Gwich'in Goods and Gwahatsa Nithan. Satu Gwich'in Dani McNeely Ginghi G Dakuting Echuk Natrakwati. It's at Aiguchi Dakuting Nakote that 30 Genjit Gwich'in in Queenly no Queenly G Gwich'in Kaikit Gut Takunyanch U Genjit Ishits a chit gonli Eshik Day Judagonch U Kwa. It's a Nits o Gwinzi Gwich'in Gugwahatsa Gwich'in Gwiendo Gwinzi Gwich'in Gugwahatsa Genjit Go I. It's a Gwinzi Gwich'in Gukultsai Gugwahna a Genjit Gwiendo Gwich'in Trikuna in Kihe Kahkoheden Dai. G Dakuting Trikulsai Gwich'in 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 dans at nits o Gwich'in Gwinsi nat Gwahatsa Gwich'in dan at nits o ako de Gwich'in Ginjik dia Gwich'in it's a G Gwich'in Italy Gwich'in Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in Gwahatsa. It's a G Ginjik Dinjii Zhu Northwest Territories go an kaik it go takonyan chu ni et chu ikon chu. It's a G nan enjit cliquina than equal say go I kaik it gulat ako te gonchu. It's a Jutin Shuri onchik jat hicha guvenjit jat hicha takanu guvenjit Gwich'in. It's a G Nijin Takuting Echakwatsi Gwich'in Gwinsi Gwihe Gwich'in Guna Endai Nits o Gwich'in Gwich'in Chakwatsi Kwa Gwich'in Gukwa na it's a G Takuting Ejit equal say Gwich'in Gwihe Nithan go I G Gwich'in nits o Ginjik Gwich'in Chakwatsi Gwich'in Gukwa na Nithan. It's a G Takuting Ejit Natrikwatsi day Eshik Helat at Gwich'in Trikwana in Kwata Gwich'in Gwinsi Kwa.
To the motion, member from Yelnley South.
Shri Tokai Yelnley South Gwich'in Caroline Wozniak. G Equity A Gwich'in Ginjik. I said Juden kat nicht it Guvenjik Gutelat Quatsi ako de Gonju Kwaji Red Genjit Richan Gwizu. Goret ye no dai guts et Jigwendo Gunjik G Kanda Gude Tot Thakt Nankak. It's a Red Northwest Territories Gude Tot Thak Genjit. Shigrid Gwich'in Northwest Territories Dinjii Zhu Kat Gwich'in leads at Akatan Guvenjit. It's at G Ini kites at Hinder Kat Nik it's at Akho Genjit. Gwich'in Gonju Dai Dienjik Guteza Gwinidan. Nik it Genjit Chan Nijin Gwich'in Jagwatsi Dai Akatan Ochit Gwich'in Gitela Gwinidan. It's at Yeno Hai Tikju Tinakwale Guts at Shigrid Dinjii Zhu. It's at high 2005. Chan ejik dai gunoji ejik nat kohata gwyn dai go dai he genjit shikut it gwatit at ejik nat kohata gwynjik. I go jik dai he genjit juk drin guts at genjit ginhit at chan juk ejik nat kohata gwinidan. It's a Dinjii Zhu Ginjik chit Gwich'in Gwich'in chan nile to Ginjik chan Gwich'in Gwich'in. It's endo teen Ginjik ha shehe Gwich'in I Gwich'in. It's a Juden cut Gwich'in Gindi Ulvori. It's a it's a G-Jet good shit cut. It's a no good shit cut. Chan goods at Genjit Jagi he. It's a G-Red shit cut goods at it's all good at Guati ha Juden cut I good at Guati Genjit. It's at late chan Genjit shik Genjit ginli kwa I garret Genjit I good gwendots at it's all Dinjii good hesa Ginjika cook nat kohata gwinidan. It's at a high shended goods at red. G ejuk nat goth sai Ginjik deeds again jitgi. It's at a date here danchan Genjit good at the G Juden cut Genjit jilch in at ginli ha good at goth sai. It's at a codinur at quads at shik Genjit nile juggi. At jugrid nik and great or as Genjit Gwinzi Gondli Quack greets a good age in new. It's at Juden cut that a Genjit good at Gugwati. It's at Gini had a good at Guati. Jit Gwich'in category. It's at I Ginjik Gugon tree gat dindai. It's at go get hetlooks at Genjit Gwich'in Gwalt sides at nits or Gwizi Gwitela Ginjik Gwich'in Ginjik nits or Genjit the Gwitni a Gondli. It's at no high nile Gwich'in chan Gwizi nat Gwati. It's at G human resource got nu I read nitchin good at Gwati dai I Ginjik nits or go I Genjit. It's at G Ginjik Genjik ginhi. It's at Floret Ishe Enjit Gurit ginhi. At ni Juden cut Dinjii Zhu Ginjik ne kai cut goods at inly dai red ni to Gwich'in Genjik chan good it nits or Gondli Ginjik chan ginli Genjik dule Ginjik a code go di gonji go I. It's at an kanda go an goods a chanchat gwent gon Dinjii u katan guvenjida ko Dinjii Zhu goods at Ginli go Agadanchan Jat Northwest Territories goods at Gukwati Richan guvenjid nik et gutela gwini than I go to great Northwest Territories. Need I Gwinjik go venge Nikla then Gwishit Chan only get the gonch I gange tathak Gwishit good gange gunah in. I anged gwendots at G the Gudi e Gwinjik nat Gwizi nat Gwati. It's a G Gucci. I the Gudi Gwinjik shikon leads at it's at I goods at red aged nat Gwati I Gwinjik chan gwendots at the angel cut goods and Gwati at I Gwinjik Gwizi Gweda. It's at G nits or I Gwinjik Gwinzi Gweda at nits or I Gwinjik Gwizi I quick it a code Gutela Gwini then. It's at G Juden cut the takenjit good Gwich'in Ginli. I Gwinjik chan Angel Lake chan Gwich'in Ginli. It's at G Kanda goods at in leads at I Gwinjik chan nits or ha Gwishit in Lee hathak Gwishit not gonna in shik Gwati. It's at G Kanda good tot genji chan G genji good in it oh good and nati Gwinjik. It's a genie electric nits or good at Gwishit in legal good at Gwishit genji gitela Gwini than Gwinjik hathak. It's at Jat nits or good at good Gwati Gwinjik chan Gwizi shik nat Gwati Gwinjik a called a good Genjit Ilod good in. It's at Juden good at Nindan Gwishit chan Genjit digat ona tan kat Ginli Gahgitindai Ginli Agadanchan I good at goods and Gwahatsa shits at Gwini than Gwinjik chana called good in Gwini than Gorit lay Gwishit I hear good at Genjit Gwahatsa at Gastritindai. Gojita Takenjit good at Gwatsi Gwendolts at I Gwishita called Gwini than it's at nits or quick and nati. It's at Northwest Territories goods at nits or Gastritindai Genjit Gwinjits at Gwishit a called Gwahej Gwatsi chan. It's at G Northwest Territories goods at in leads at nits or Jacque and Kundai hathak nits or Gwinjik di Guni e hathak gonju Genjit di Gwich'in on leads at Gwich'in gahtre din Gwich'in gutela gwati. It's at Gwendol's ishits at Genjit gahtre din Gwich'in gutela at Gwich'in a called the Gwinithan. It's at Juden Northwest Territories goods at in leads at Gwathe goods at Trindi Chan good at Gwenjit good onji Gwich'in a called the Gonju Gutela Gwinithan. It's at Nits or Dinjii Zhu Ginjik at Enekaiha Gwich'in Ginli Tugahatsa at Gwich'in Genjit go I at Gwizi nat Gwatsi Genjit a Kodikit Gwich'in Gwatsi. It's at Genjit Chan Gwich'in Gukunda Gwatsi. At Ndo at Shikdits at Niha Ginjik Gwahasa at Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Chan Gwich'in Dots at Gutela Gwendots at Jad Northwest Territories goods at Trojit Inli I Guvenjit Ishits at Gorigi Ishat Gwich'in Gri Genjit Gihets Gehets at Queenlet Gwich'in Chan Gonli. It's at Jean Doha Queen that G Red Chan Nicht Genjit Gutel Takti Enjit Gutel Gwizi Gutela Gwinithan. Nicha Chan Genjit Nichlik Onatan Gutela. It's at Nits o Gwich'in Gwinzi Gwahatsa Gwinjik. It's at Gwakwats at Ninshuk Gwaheda at Neither Dulei Gwinjika Genjit Gwich'in Gwahatsa Nithan. At Antrehen Juden Enjit Shitnili Wits Aids at Ivakaik on Wits at Genjit Chan Ginhe. Genjit Benjit Gwizu Chan Le Kat Guvenjit Gwich'in Gonli Gwizi Gonli Kwak Enjit. It's at Gwich'in Gwinithan go Lake Gwynlet Gwich'in Chandit Gonli Greets at Gudage in it's at Dije Go Hathak Chanjakwe and Ginju. It's at G Arctic Genjil Chainat Kat Ginli Ha Chan Guva Ginhe. It's at Guji Takt at Nits o Gwenjik Gwich'in Nichlik Gwenjik only Gwenjik Chan Ginhi. Goret Gwinlet Northwest Territories Gwich'in Gwinzi I Enjit Rat Gwend Nichlik Jek o Gatini Dance at Jekwe and Ginju. It's at no Nichlik Shrinan goods at Red Genjit G Genjit Ginhi. Gorigi Shinakahali goods Gwich'in lead is a chit cut.
Member from the Only Center wish to conclude debate.
Yellowknife Center, Gwich'in Robert Hawkins ging he. G etsedo enjit ishits a chitanu ju Ginjik Dinjii Zhu it's a Nicha Gwich'in Ginuda Gwich'in do ako dagonch ushen jit dagonch ukwa.
Member from Hero North is
G RJ Simpson ging he. G Judin ging he. G Gwich'in do Gwinsi chikuju kuchitikwa in nu ako dagonch ukwa. Yellowknife Center, Robert Hawkins ging he. I nit o Dinjii that Ginjik Gashindai go G Gwich'in in kat dia Gwich'in kwa ti kwa ji nu kwa.
colleagues. I'm going to have to review what was actually.
Shane Thompson ging he. G Gwich'in takwenu Gwich'in do Gwich'in gwahnal at takwaheja a Gwich'in gehdija. It's at G Gwich'in takwa in katak needs at Gwinsi ohoha a Ginjik go I Dinjii Robert Hawkins ging he. G Dakwading chitrikwil say natrikwil say G motion Ginjik gwarai gihing ya. G motion chahatsa G affirmative action policy Gwich'in gokuna in Ginjik gudal kat Gwich'in gokuna in kwa it shenjit dinju. Right, at G motion trikwahatsa Gwich'in ju dikwinu at het at Gwich'in gokwahatsa at Gwich'in do Ginjik gik ikahan G ako dikahedya at G dakwading kechit na trikwahatsa. Right, at GNWT Ginjik Gwich'in in kat Jidi Gwich'in goods and gwatsi Ginjik get ohana chat at good it gakehetin dai genjit go ai go chi takuting kushit Gwich'in kukuna in kwa at chit na chikul say ay ju chi takuting chil say kushit chan chikwana at Gwich'in nisi chikwaha tsa nithan at Dinjii Zhu kat akatan chi kutakuting kat ikinin dan at Gwich'in genjit Gwich'in kukul say atay he at chi takuting kihe Gwich'in kuisu kwa at chi genjit chiking he takinu kihe ay he chi kushit kukwana at chit na chikwaha sa genjit go ay kwa chi Gwich'in gwinsi kukwaha sa Dinjii kat Gwich'in government of the NWT genjit Gwich'in kukwa si genjit sho ihli at G NWT kushit an ginju kat guvenjit Gwich'in gonli at G North NWT go an ninjuk Gwich'in kat Gwich'in kat guvenjit Gwich'in guhe at G takuting chikul say na chikwa kejit na chikul say ay Gwich'in kukwaha sa at G ye no nits o Gwich'in kukul say Gwich'in akho te kwehedia chi jahate chan uri tronji uri kejit tronji chi takuting chikul say shreich hela genjit go ay kire chan kushik chikwana nithan chi takuting chikul say chi NWT go an Dinjii Zhu Gwich'in guvenjit Gwich'in guhela at guvenjit get onatan guhe genjit ni chi ethat at chi North go and ginju kat guvenjit Gwich'in Gwich'in gwil nithan at G le G go an Gwich'in kat le guvenjit Gwich'in in go Gwich'in ishit a chit cat le guven jit Gwich'in in it's a G Gwiendo nicht Genjit Gwiendo nicht Gwinin dan quads at nicha Gwich'in ha Genjit go I. G Genjit vote sa Judin Gwinin dan noe. Yellowknife Centre Gwich'in, Range Lake Gwich'in, Frame Lake Gwich'in, Tuni de Welly de Gwich'in, Genjit aha kinin dan. Inuvik Boot Lake Gwich'in, Mumpuich'in, Great Slave Gwich'in, Mackenzie Delta Gwich'in, Tabacha Gwich'in, Yellowknife North Gwich'in, Cam Lake Gwich'in, Hare River Gwich'in, Twin Lakes Gwich'in, Nunakpuk Gwich'in, Dehcho Gwich'in, Satu Gwich'in, Katak Gwich'in Ginin dan. Iche Yellowknife North Gwich'in Gwich'in in Niliqua.
Thank you. Those in favor 4, opposed 13.
Genjit Ginli. It's a Gwich'in kahari Genjit Gwich'in kwa gwinu.
Motions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas nurses and healthcare workers deliver essential healthcare services to residents of the Northwest Territories, including in rural and remote communities that present challenging operating conditions, and whereas the delivery of quality healthcare in the Northwest Territories depends on a stable, well-supported workforce of regulated healthcare professionals, including nurses and allied health workers, and whereas healthcare workers are suffering from increased workloads and staffing shortages that contribute to low morale, burnout, and reduced staff retention, which in turn leads to disruptions in continuity of patient care. And whereas management practices of the Northwest Territories healthcare system are currently under review through the appointment of a public administrator, and whereas recruitment and retention of nurses and healthcare workers remain a serious challenge and require proactive review of management and labour policies to ensure fair treatment, safe working conditions, and adequate professional support to improve working conditions and job satisfaction, and whereas access to healthcare and
Shauna Morgan G. Shritso Kaik Chit Ile G. Gashkahali Gwich'in Ginjik. It's a G. It's all Gwich'in Ginjik only. It's a G. Ile to Gwich'in Ginjik. It's a else actually cut. I could to go in. I could take it, change it. Could I could in issues at Guka na tea could hela. It's at it's all Nila to it. I need all good to go in Ginjik. I said Jeannie Jinqua and she couldn't I can't it good at Guatsi. I said else actually cut good it could take it. I said else actually go on attack. I said Gee, I Gwich'in Chan Gwendots at Juden cut I could it go Gwyn le cut Ginjik Gwini then I Gwich'in attack. G. Ginjik Gishkahal he Gwasi. Changutsaki he Yellowknife North Gwich'in. Shauna Morgan. It's at Range Lake. It's at Mumfrey Gwich'in Cut. G. The Gooding A. Ginjik Ginjik. Niha Gwich'in Gogwatsai. G. Gishkahal Ginjik. It's at G. Else actually cut. It's all drin. It's at Tro. Gwich'in thick chick. Gwich'in Gogwatsi. It's at Nilik no cake. It Gwich'in Dinjii Zhu Ginjik. Gwich'in Gogwahins at Dika Gitindai. It's at Ichidita Gwich'in Ginjik Chan. It's all Gwich'in Ginjik Gogwahin. It's at Shikshat Gwich'in no Gwich'in Gudek it goods at shit Ginjik Gihi. Gwendots at G is sectionally cut. It's Gwini than Gwich'in Ginjik. It's at I go Chan Agatan it greets at goods at good read aqua deeds at Ginhi Ginjik Gundi Qua get the Gonju. It's at high engine Guvenjit Reggie Ginjik issues at Gwizi Gutela Gwini then. Nits o Gwich'in Gwich'in at Lake Hatai Gwich'in I Gwich'in 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 than I else actually cut go Gwich'in 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 it's a G Gene and Cap Gwich'in Genjit chit in Lee it's at no 100 Dule Guvenjit G Genjit Ginjik.
Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great Slave Gwich'in Kadri Ginjik G motion 52-20 Ejuknet Okwahata Genjit Ginjik it's at G Gwich'in o Gwich'in o Ejuk Netrakwahatsa Genjit Nithan. It's at Queensy Dienjit Gwich'in 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 Hela Genjit G motion Ejuk Netrakwahatsa Genjit Nits o Gwinin dan Ditrahanja. G motion kire a union good nu dienjit etjuk good it Gwich'in Shana Morgan Ginjik G Chitrin Lee Gutakuting Etjuk Netrakwahatsa Genjit Gwich'in Ho G Judin G motion Genjit Genu Tak Genjit Genu it's at G motion Ejuk Netrakwahatsa Gwaltsai. Chan Kadri Ginjik G motion 52-20 Elsik Atrina T Guvenjit Gutakuting Gwich'in Ejuk Netrakwahatsa Genjit Nithan. Right at Elsik Atrina T cut Gwich'in Elsik Gwich'in Gwich'in Guvenjit Gwinsy Gugwehe at Godai Gehela Kwa it's at Nits o Guvenjit Gutakuting go I Gwich'in Gwich'in Genjit Gwehea. G motion Trahatsa Genjit Gehea. G Genjit Gwinin dan go Gwich'in Gehela Kwa go Tak Genjit Gwinin dan go I. G motion 52-20-1 chan Gwich'in nat Dinjii at cheat at tick Ginjik Gwich'in Ginjik Ginjik Gwich'in dan Dinjii Great slave got a shit G edjugnat equal sai Ginjik Guinea Robert Hawkins Yellowknife Center Gwich'in Ginjik G Ginjik Ginjik jo Ginili kwa Nithan nights at I look na that cat G good it Ginjik good it Gwich'in at Akadan Ako Dikehedia at G Gwich'in Chitkat sak Ginjik Gwich'in Ginli it Dinjii kwa nights at G Shenjit Tsin Gujach at you G Ginjik Gwich'in Kashindai kwa go Shenjit Ginili kwa Family Gwich'in Ginjik
We're debating the amendment. Okay, sorry. To debating the amendment. To the amendment. Question has been called. All those.
Gwich'in kahali ilat Ginjik Ginjik Juden Ginjik nili or Juden Ginjik nili kwa I said Gwich'in kahali ilat Ginjik ginu Jugchanji Gudinetle Guedichi goods at Ginjik at Gechet at Chanjuk Chan Momfrey Gwich'in Jane Rowan Armstrong Jim Gwich'in kahali Ginjik Ginjik goods at nu at Juden cut Shikundai Ginjik Ginjik Gwich'in Ginli issues at sectionally cut it's at G Juden cut issues at Ginjik Gwich'in Nitlik no kike it could sell go and G Northwest Territories good day totak Guvenjit G Ilat Gwich'in good in it's at red at G issues at no kike it could sell cut windows at Ginjik Ninja at that new it's at Ejik Esik Guje Ginjik sectionally cut Gwich'in Gwaha Gwini then
It's been a long day.
a frame like Gwich'in Julian Morsking here G Shreech Gwich'in Dai Ginjik go I Nithinich Ginjik Ginjik it's at Juden Shreech Gwich'in Dai Gwich'in cut goods at again G motion Gwich'in Genjit aha uji no. Range Lake Gwich'in ging he Kieran Testart G motion Gwich'in Genjit aha Nithan Gwich'in Nithan it's at G Shri Gwich'in 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 cut als ik atrinati kat guvenjit guendo guvenjit go I quad at getak G als ik je gwijit jo go dait in ligenjit gihte tretinin ten ich gihte tretinin tens at G tseddo Gwich'in kat als ik atrinati Gwich'in Genjit goods and Gwich'in Genjit Gwich'in Gwich'in go G als ik atrinati kat NWT Gwich'in Gwich'in Ikinchu ninjuk ikinchu kwa at G shito kaik it Gwich'in als ik je nizi go I kaik it sal Gwich'in ikit anginchu kat Genjit gigging he at gukaik it guan di qua guvenjit guendo go I els ik atrinati go I qua kire gu qua it's a G els ik atrinati kat guendo guvenjit Gwich'in chico I at trilts ik Gwich'in endai I nits o guendo Gwich'in gugwana Genjit Gwich'in Kachan guendo Gwich'in git gonli kwa it's at Dagwehech Gwinin dan I Genjit Gwinzi Gwich'in gugwahatsa it's at G nits o gudinithit o Shenjit Gwinzi it's at G Gwiendo Gwinzi Gwahela.
As amended. Member from Hay River North.
Hay River North Gwich'in as a Jared R.J. Simpson at G Genjit Jilt Enat Kat Chanako Gwich'in Gugwana I said I need o akatan Genjit Gwich'in Gugwahata duye gut koha nilinu. I said Chan Gwizi nat kwatsi Genjit ginhi I kishinakahali G else na ti kat guvenjit nits o Gwich'in Gugwa in Chan Gwich'in Robert Hawkins go Genjit Chida AIDS at Gwinjik Genjit Guguna eats at Gwich'in Guguna in it's a Jadithak Gwich'in Red Gwisi Ginjik Gudinithit or go nits or I good Ginjik Gukwati Ginjik Gwendot advented Gwinsi Takwishit Gonli Kwanu. Gorit it's a chan eji da Gudin Ginjit Gwati Guteza Chanu. Chan Ginjit Nilinu. Jigash Kahali Gwati Gut a Ginhi Ginjit Ginli go Ginjit Ginli Kwa Ginjit Nits a Ginjit Ginhi Shauna Morgan Shito Kike Guchidile Do Ginjit Ginhe Go Kak Gutelanu Juden Kat Ginjit Nili Yell Knife Guchit North Tundewelde Decho Sa 2 Yellowknife Center Range Lake Inuvik Boot Lake Mumfui Frame Lake Great Slave Eti Tat Takenjit Ginli Gwich'in Gatela Kwa Sabacha Yellowknife South Cam Lake Hay River North Hay River South Inuvik Twin Lakes Ninakput Gwich'in Ginli Kwa Gutsai Gonji Kwa
Vote in favor, 11.
G motion Ginjit Gwinin then 11 Agwatley it's a G motion Altsai Yellowknife North Gwich'in Shauna Morgan Ginhi G in Dinjii Zhu Ginjik I March 13 Gugwehe it's at May 22 da Chan Lit G Ginjit motion Chakwahatsa it's at Chan Gwich'in Gukwahatsa Ginjit motion Chahatsa Mackenzie Delta Gwich'in George Nursu Ginhi G motion Chakwahatsa G Gwich'in Gwehela Donia I at May 2021 May 21 Gwich'in Gukwahatsa it's at G motion Echuk Nachakwahatsa Ginjit motion Chahatsa Ginjit Gwinin then Gwich'in Gehela Kwa it's at G motion Gwich'in Gwinin then Ginjit Gadit or cut at Thak G motion Gwinin then
Motions. No motions.
Kahali it's at Diet Odakat Diat Odi Gat Aid in Diaphragm Lake Gwich'in Julian Morse Yvonne Quit King Charles sin ranged gwaltsai as at no and it which it gwaltsai ended her Northwest Territories the totak ended Northwest Territories got in than said good date in no Chanji Gwich'in got aid in it's got oda cut sheets o cake it Yellowknife Center Robert Hawkins it's a G north of 60 nua ein and which it quatsi it's at nits o Canada ha which it genjit nits o ha gweda gahed in dainidan G Chan Caitlin Cleveland it's at Nakwan Gwenorid I genjit he go kakt golsai it's at G Yukon Territories, Northwest Territories, Nunavut Territory ha Tikwish Chennai Genjik.
Mr. Speaker, is it targeting specifically critical minerals?
G Chen Robert Hawkins Leo G should against it he nant she challenge good quasi Chan goods against it he Caitlin Cleveland it's a G critical minerals nant she ha she ha it's a good quasi nan katakwan goods at I gwini dan gwenjik genjit gat den diets at a good and date na tea at he I gwenjik chan good at quad seeds at doha gweda
Final supplementary, member from
Robert Hawkins. So Nijin Dante agrees at Dule Detak Genjit Gunaha. A good Genjit Quatsi. Chan Caitlin Cleveland Ishits Genjit Chitnili. It's a GP Daggett new I the Islat Guan good Genjit Quatsi. It's a Nithik Nan Katchan. Gwich'in Genjit in Gwich'in Gwini than it's a Gwanchan it's all good ha Gwatsi it's a G it's yet and all go Kakchan Dule Genjit Guna in no.
oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you.
Range Lake Gwich'in Kieran Testart ging he G vitre ona so genjit gudaguding jit natrakwatsi G genjit gwyn do gwyshit trakwatna tsad G genjit dagwahedia RJ Simpson ujakat RJ Simpson ging he G vitre onat so yendo guva dagwahedia it's at nika G guyendo I federal government genjit Gwich'in hela kejit hela it's at G Northwest Territories go an vitre onat so kat nuchen chit Gwich'in go kwatsi it's at dule G go an vitre onat so go Gwich'in nuchan chit go hiten dal nuchen chit go I it's at G Ginjik ishits a chit guva gini dihi it's at G NWT G vitre onat so gehelia nuchenjit Gwich'in kukwatsi nuchan genjit Gwich'in I dili Kieran testart ging he it's a G Northwest Territories Gwich'in it go an nits o vitre onat so goheliat at dule Dinjii Zhu G Gwich'in go kwahatsa genjit niha genjit Gwich'in de kwaha nuchenjit go I it's at nits o ako de kwahedia RJ Simpson ging he juk I vitre onat so RCMP guva Gwich'in de kwa in jukwit at nakote that etsite chine kai it's I he Gwich'in go I it's a G takinu drin tikwino ako tikinu it's at I he guiendo genjit gini dihi kwa goods at gini dihi kwa it's at G NWT Gwich'in DN jit DN jit nits o go I genjit goods at gihi diha Kieran testart ging he G vitre onat so kat G federal government parliament goods and gukatsi ginu I le Gwich'in gonjo RJ Simpson ging he I vitre onat so RCMP nuchenjit Gwich'in go kwatsi at villat gwillat genjit nuchan o kat I tanger uvi the cut it's at dule federal government what's at jigen jit say the guiendo late hate ya
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully we still have
G Shauna Morgan Street so kike it good shit ile it's at G is at genji chitney shrik when Diane jit it's at gihi it's at G else actually cut or else at nati cut go good it gunjik is it's at get in die gunjik go get Jonathan Gili Aunant lady Gwich'in Northwest Territories Gwich'in I get a chan a guatle cut Jacquean Genjit Genjit Gunji Gwinidan Gwich'in shits a chitney Lisa Samler Shrikwunda Henjit. It's at G Chit Dikat Dikanah E. Which it could take it primary care good nu. It's at G Nitliquishit. It's a Genjit Chan. I Genjit as at Nati cut, which it Genjit only. It's at Gwich'in at else actually cut the Jack or Genjit cut in a done good. Gwich'in Ginjik Genjit Gwich'in. It's at Shrito Kaik it Shauna Morgan Yellknife North Gwich'in. It's edge high edge trained it Gwich'in G G else anati cut. It's at gate a grade else actually cut ginlay qua I could take it good at a Gwich'in. It's at God Aunanju cut Gwich'in at I he gonly go ke heights at nit lay windows at good it could take it Genjit gonly. Chan goods again he Lisa Samler at I he goods again he nu G good danger it Aunanju Genjit gonly at I he was it G else at nati cut gonly. It's at else at nati cut chan good it chan eduk Dinjii shik eduk agent at net quati at dantry he else anati inli hanji high ne kai guno goods at red lake eject guno red lake it's at nati cut di kike it gwant ginchu. I hate gula chan I he di kike it gushit ginchu. Go red nitri kike it good sell gushit chan else at rati good it lay qua. Go red G issues at the kike it Gwinchi gushit red chan else at rati good it gugati go red lake chan gula chan Gwich'in at Northwest Territories Gehage Agini than qua I injured shik eduk nike nitri tali traquati. She took hike at Yellknife North Shauna Morgan Gwich'in. It's at G high dots at tick was it red down and else actually cut at else at cut a quatley cut govan dots at good in the Gwiheda. Goods at Changi he Lisa Samler Shikundai Henjid shits at Chitney. It's a Jirid Cook and Dehtanati. A quatley cut Shikundai Ginjik Genjit good at Gukwati Jirid Elsik at Nati go Elsik Trinally cut. It's at Danchan. I could it go say good it cook and Nati die got it then die. It's at red Gwich'in dots at Nitin Gwich'in Shikundai Ginjik issues at Gwich'in Chikohata Gwich'in Genjik Gwich'in.
Mackenzie Delta Gwich'in George Nursuging he ok an ginj kat genjit gi he ji nit it shaking he genjit ninji ithat it's akonda isut atrajach udai edits atrinji genjit go I it's nukhakaik it go an Gwich'in G genjit se the goods and gwati le quick it go I Lisa Semler ging he Chi nakote that ne kai gushik Shri Gwich'in dai genjit se the go I kaik it go an dule G se the genjit at oda kat genjit go I at G Gwich'in Tribal Council cut $300,000 akwa chi G gwt at say the kite in Tedle Gwich'in ban chan $24,000 G nakote that gwishit goods and equal say at nukhakaik it gwishit aged cut goods at Hendal it's a GTC it's a Tedle Gwich'in genjit Tedle Gwich'in Council chan say the le goods and equal side G genjit George Nersu ging he G akonda isu atrajach genjit dit at Dinjii eche gudnu genjit dit at Dinjii at kaik it gushit nadat kat Judin gu kaik it gushit Gwich'in goods at Dinjii ginin dan Lisa similar ging he G kaik it goods at he goods at guva gihi di gini he nithan go G tedl jetan dit at Dinjii guvenjit go I councillor guvenjit go I at dule guva gutrit in genjit go I genjit sho he ichi George Nersu ging he G ishit at shit tedl je goods at chuji I akod gonj ka le dule April da eshik goods at he dia venjit go I Lisa Semler ging he ako dihi shenjit go I go nitjuk drin ako dihi genjit gihi diha
For the Premier who
Robert Hawkins Yellowknife Center goods at Chit Vantonak Ojak the tin Vidrail Natso Aunanju Genjit Gihi. It's at G Northwest Territories good day Totak Genjit good goods and Kwahatsa to G I had it o gwedda gatred in dainidan go goods at Gateha G ishits Genjit Shitnili R.G. Simpson I've a good net a good shit. It's a high 2023-24 for Ginjik Gwich'in or at Clavik Data Dilo Fort Good Hope Cheetah J Tedley J Fort Simpson Fort Smith Cattle Heriber I down and was against it with and not so cut it's at Changuts again here Robert Hawkins. Go I as that good Vidrio not so cut we need then as a I goods at Lake we and oats at Vidrio not so cut we need then lay goods again he R.J. Simpson at Ginjik which at Queen Cheech across sides at Ginjik Chan G Vidrio not so cut at Onant Ginjik Gonli Gehets at Chan I good at Gwinjik red as she good at was a Chan Gonli I entered Chan entry at the chokat Ginjik Ginli Robert Hawkins Streets Okaik at Yellowknife Center good chit it's a ditty kike at Gwan shik dit gohat at Guizu good it Guatsi it's at Gwi Eha Gonli go I Genjit Hathak they do lay issues again chitney G Streets Okaik it go an issues at I again lay Vidrio not so cut good tail and meat and I said R.J. Simpson the Queen the again issues a chitney I said knits or Vidrio not so cut Gwinjik which it Genjit good got knits or good danger good on G I said it hike it was it issues at Nijin Dan do they good it go Guatsi and it good Genjit good on G direct I good it's at knits or do they good it Gwinjik Guatsi or should Genjit Gunahin
I'd like to ask them.
Range Lake Gwich'in Ging He G Jet again Gwich'in Genjit Utakat the Guahle Jet the Guahle Dien Jit Guahatsa G Jet in Gwich'in Ging He Juk again Jit Gashin Daikwa go Gushit Gunil in at Vach Guahaldak Kieran Tester Ging He G Dien Jit Guatsi Day Nits o de I je dien jit guatsi at je jit gwnu da I jiti guanu Lucy Kaptana Ging He G je jit gwnu da je jit guatsi gwnu Kieran Testart Ging He G Northwest Territories Gwishit Je Trehedia Dienjit go I le the Guahle Gwishit Igin Chu Lega Gwitendai Lucy Kaptana Ging He G Northwest Territories Gwishit Jek o 900 akwalei jekete in kwa. It's a kushit kuna in dai takwachi je ketan tekin chu kushit kin kushit kuna in at je takwachi kuvenjit kwahata chan kushit kuna in it's at dule je le tienchit kukwehe that sai ko ai je nisi kwa tienchit ko ai chi ai kuiendo kweheza kwa.
Gatrota kadecho Gwich'in Cheryl Yakalaya. Age Gwich'in he G Kike it nits or Gwich'in Gwati Dinjii Zhu a chit he it's a G Tricho Hangudeto Dinjii Dili. It's a Dinjii Zhu a chit nili Jirid Carolyn Wozniak. Go I'm Harvey Tricho Chlorid Shignilids at Dwi Hai Gunjikarit Chan Genjit Gwich'in Gwati I Genjit Gwidinet Etel Chan Gekot at Genjit Dinjii it's at Genjit Decho Enjit Chitnili it's at Decho go an go thy Gwich'in Genjit Gukanati it's at Le Dule it's all day I Genjit go I quant at to duct Dinjii Genjit Guts at Ginhi Carolyn Wozniak. Go I Genjit Ginhi I read Merv Hard good Lori it's at I Florid Genjit a good judge kwa it's at go eji good gwati G decho han good day told the chan tight gwats I Gwynjik dule nat at the dalt gwati. It's a Gwizi chan good and deht nati no. Get order cut.
Thank you, Mr.
Yellowknife Center Gwich'in Robert Hawkins ging he. Eji Shrito Kaik et Gujit Itzi Guja Gwynjik Chunin Lai Genjit Gwich'in Kukahatsa le Dule Shah Kukwahan Dak. Vince McKay, River South Gwich'in ging he. G Gwich'in se do Dagwachi Gwich'in Nitrahela G Kaik et Gwich'in Mayor Gugwahnu I Akatan G Genjit Dagwachi Gwich'in Gehela Gehdenja. Robert Hawkins ging he. G Chu Tretini Gwich'in Chi Gonli it's a G Genjit Ishits a Chitle Le Genjit G Genjit Gaten Dyke Right, at G Municipal and Community Affairs Gwich'in Vince McKay ging he at the he Ju Dinjii nu. Right, at G Shrito Kaik it Gwich'in kat Genjit shits at gigging he qua. Right, at G Shrito Kaik it Gwich'in kat G Genjit Trohe kat Gwich'in do Gwida clothes at right at G Shrito Kaik it Gwich'in kat Nits o G Gwich'in Gugwahat sa Genjit Dinjii gehe that. Yellowknife Centre Gwich'in Robert Hawkins. G Shri Gwich'in dai Kaik it Gwich'in Shri Gwich'in dai Genjit go I Dienjit Gwehe a Gwich'in chi gonli. Right at G Shri to Kaik it Genjit chitle dule Maka Gwich'in goods at ging heat at Guva Gwich'in de Gwich'in le Genjit go I. Vince McKay Maka Gwich'in ging he G Maka North Gwich'in Kaik it ha Gwynlit Gwich'in Gugwa seeds at G Shrito Kaik it Gwich'in kat Guva chan Gwich'in de Gwich'in. Right at Dagahedia Gwich'in do Genjit Gwich'in Gugwahat sa. Right at Dule chan Genjit se though at Gwaha.
Oral questions, member from Yellowknife Center.
Good order, cut Robert Hawkins, Yellowknife Center. G. See the angel issues a chitney leads a geatry angel chan issues a chitney leads a kinhi. Here river it's at ejectantness or after you have gained a good go I. Did should Gwich'in at all cut gained it go I. Caroline was like issues gained it chit. At a G cut good quati G after Ginjik it's at Chidin it's all Gwich'in Ginjik go I it's at it's a G he go Gwich'in Gudal it's all her Ginjik only I thought it Gwich'in Gunahin no. Chan Gwich'in he Robert Hawkins. God G after ended lay I issues a chitney gained good say or day in lay. Chan gained issues a chitney dear Caroline Wozniak. I said I didn't cut I could go quasi I could done today I gained it I could done good it's a do lay chan go cut no. I'm go good a Gwich'in Yellowknife Center Robert Hawkins. le nits o de genjit ut go kat go kwatsi le gutinekle gunjik. It's at Changut Ginhi Carolyn Welsnick Genjit Ishits at Chitnili. Chan Gujit Nits o Gujit Genjit Kwati Gujit Kwahana it's at High 2014 Guts at Akot Guti in Chan Guts at Gitehianu. Get Ota Kat.
Oral questions? Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 7.
G. Gutinet et Chik Isakwis Genjit Gihi. Get Ota Kat Gwinjik. G. Gutinet e Gukak Genjit Gihi Gujit Gukwati Get Ota Kat. Get Ota Kat Gutinesit Low. Good Gihi Chan Mumfrey Gwich'in Jane Wellman Armstrong. Northwest Territories Gwich'in in Nankakude to Nijin Nanjade in gold I do nan origin Nili Chan Dule Chan Nikimin that Gujit I hear I nan Guvorigit. It's a nits o de G the goodie a Gwinjik get Ota Kat Gwinjik Gujit Kwati Gujit Le do lake I Gujit goods at Trinu goods at go handle Gwinjik I Clicho go anainan kat genjit nits o nan angel cook and nati it's a I could take it and nits o nan angel it's an gutela Gwinjik go I genjit a good thing a good Gwinjik a coal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Framely Gwich'in at Ota Kat. Chi takuting e trakulsay nukunaku e kenchit takuting e ko ay at chi tsedo kenchit chit trinli o ko kenchit na that trinli chi nukunako e echuk Gwinjik ko nukunako e takonj ukushit chukwana en at Genjit gik etranjik Genjit sedo takwa chi de atrajachu le dule Genjit nuka kukwahandak.
River North against the member.
G. Here River North at Here at Yellowknife Center, Gwich'in Kat nits o Jugdrin nits at Gwin's at Gwinjik Ginhek. I Gujik Chanji Kishnakahari Gwinjik nits o Genjik Gwich'in Jugwati. It's at Dule nits o shits at Genjit the Gudi a Gwinjik Hako Gwich'in Gwati Gujik Chan Yellowknife Center nits o Ginhek Genjit Chan Dule Gutsagihi Betrahno. Dule Gutsagihino.
Written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to
Gwich'in
reports on committees of the review of bills. Reports.
Dakudiek enginat kuna ikengit nikijilжит at conduct. Ikleits at ishits at nikijilжик not conduct net eko kaknit ninli. RJ Simpson chitney leads at G. Dakudin ekutinisit o Gutsagihi. It's a G in Katnitz or Guvenjit, the Kudi Equinjik only. I chan quizit. Aged not Gohatsa Gwinjik, the net echo Kaknit Ninli. Chan J. McDonald, G. Dikaik Gunako, and it's o educt Gwinjik Enjit. G. High 2023-2024, I could Gukundak Enjit Gudinet A. Gukaknit Ninli. Gehets a Chanji. Ishits at Genji Chitnili, G. Vince Mackay, G. Chan High 2023-2024, Gukundak Gunjik and Gukaknit Ninli, GNTPC Genji Ishits at Chitnili, G. Chan, G. Gudanet A. Gukaknit Ninli. Shito Kaik at Yellowknife North, Shauna Morgan. G. Chan Datak Dule Genjit Gihi, G. Gudinetle, Gudin E. Gunjik, Guts Genjit Gihi. I wish I could it all. It's a G. Datak Nits of Begin. I Gunjik the Gudni egg. Kohata Gwini and G. Onant Ugus again Jackie He. Jared the net egg or cock net inly. It's a G. Then Shane Thompson G. Cock net the net a net inly good again he. The net egg or cock net inly. Kishin Kahali go ahead and I gained it. It's at a good age orchard. It's a say though how good quality and it issues a chitnily high 2025-2026 I could in it a let goods at Gihe. I the good I the chi taking he. It's a neck I wish it chan the good age or net Dinjii. The good cut net Dinjii. RJ Simpson. As a G, the good a routines a take wish G training cut nits or guvenjit. The good a gunjik chokwatsi. It's at G nits or guvenjit good quatsi gushit gunjik. Ganjit nits or go I. It's at I the good a ganjit. The Gwini then Gwich'in ahaginu als Nikai Gwich'in Gukak Nikat Dinjii Dagudi Odakat Gwich'in Ginjik Ishits at Chitnili als G Chan Dagudi Ejit Nat Kwasi Ginjik Ginjik Dagudi Ginjik Ginjit Gihi Guts a Gihi. Als I Gashnakahali Ginjit Guts a Daha Ginu. Als G the Gudiene Catnet Ginjits and Dots a Chan Ginjit Guts a Teha Guts at Chan Jirit the Gudi Equinjik Ginjit Gihi Jirit Kelnan Osnik. Say the Angit Ishits Nits or Guchit Hakwatsi Ginjit Ishits at Chitnili. High 2024-2025. I couldn't a Gunjakukundak. I nits or high Sakushit. Say the Guchit Kwatsi Genjit. I said I could a Gunjik. I Nick High Genjit Nick. Cadnet Dinjii Tik Gwich'in Tak G Tak Tik Gwich'in Ginjit Net Dinjii.
To the motion.
I Shali Ginjit I Chan Karen tested Nekai Gwich'in Drinat I hate Gwich'in Ginjit Ginihi. I said it's all shit in leads at red slowly shits at leads at gain Dinjii good gondi quack at the gonj uno. Gohatana coal at Dini dance at Dule Red Northwest Territories good Dinjii cat guvenjit Gwich'in at Quatsi guvenjit Gova Gwich'in Ginjik Heda. A date he high Isak Doha no good it ha gunin that I go Chan it's all good it angel it's koha no gunin that I get it's a Chan no kike it nise goshit Chan gui gunjika gui tai gunjika nits all Gwizu ha gwedda gyda gonju go greets at Gunahin. I'd said NGSG nan cut gwan goods at Chichan dit goha at Gwizi the angel gwatsi kwa. I go Chan the tak angel good at kwa in direct. Oji at Northwest Territories Gwich'in Takle G say the Waha Gwich'in le Genjit the Takenjit Gwizi Gutela. It's a high good at red G the angel Gwich'in Gwahatsa Vedreo Natso cut. I go to Glade to Gwendo, I wish it Genjit good Gwich'in. I go Gwich'in Jacques Adia Gweda Ketagonj and old Ditagenj Nits or Gwich'it Dienj Quahata Genj Gwitsid or Genj Gonli Qua. It's at took Ian Red Gwendol's at Ilo Nits or Gwich'it Quahata a code Gohedi a Gwinidan. It's at no kike it nichlik red nits or Juden cut at her Gia Gondai Izu had no kike it go and Guizu Guati Genjidle which it Guati go thy good heights at Dik Dranati Gwinjik. I go it lay it the gonj I Juden cut I Gwinjik. I go goods it's a chan get on a tan Gwinjik it's a training cut good nitchen cook at nati good take it hakenj tak. It's a yento high lokunli Gwinjik genj go I will say I go chan g nitchen to le drin on and Gwich'in in Kakuk at Nati Gwinjik Gutela Akujat Gwini than I go Gate Chan Gula Chan Ju Genjit Gwich'it Gwati Gastrit Dindai. It's at Kanda, I could say Chan Kanda, and it's Oha Chukwendo Gweda, it's at Jet Northwest Territories, Chan it's O Ginitla Chukdia Gweda, it's at Godai Gwich'it at Nati Go Nohonan, Dai Genjit, I had to Genjit.
That we are the headquarters of these operations.
Chi Tedo Touch a Judge Uji Gwiendo Quincy Touch a Judge Uji G Jet at the ends at training at an Atikan Jet go I at Chi Carney Gushit Ifits a chit jet leads a G carbon tax Gushit gon leads at I deeds at on GG Gwiendo Triquin Digan Gu cut Gwiendo Gwinchi Gwahela Kwa it's at Jidit say though eat in ha Jeannie Linech eat tak genjit a trohe cut right a GSPCA in nin cut nati cut G llai go Dinjii Zhu Ginjik cut Guvenjit Sedo go he a Chan Genjit Gini he G Dileko Dinjii Zhu goods at Dinjii at guilt Ginjik goods at Dinjii Gwich'in Dinjii Ginjik go I right at G Gwich'in Ginjik chit Dinli nits o tsedo at a judge u Ginjik Gwich'in Trigwil I Gwynjik ako de gehedia at nukanako katrina ti jehedia at I kire gwiendo tsedo trahat sa gwishit go na genjit go I at G tsedo gwishit go I at nits od atach gwiendo gwishit go na it's nille etchuk gwenjik atach gakuten dai kwa go nits od akatach ninjuk ha kwatha right at G kire je in quad at nunuvut gushit wiendo je gehedia guvenjit guhe at akatan etjukt at gut et gogati at G NWT housing tsedo gete ends at ni hakut et gwa in kire jek ejit natrakwa sa heights at
Retrofits that are planned, we get close to 1,000, just under 1,000, I think, new homes and new retrofits for people, for Northerners, which is great.
G 2300 jet trahedia qua go I it's at G troche jet trahedia the engine go I it's at I he gujit say the trigwati at G say the jekenjit at gujit go I got I he a coat the gwede in qua it's at je 500 a kwalle trahedia G Shri Gwich'in dai genjit go I else ikje gujit le kat gin li it's at G di trahed al genjit go I gwiendo gujit gujit gwati Jacques Dinjii Right at G Northwest Territories go an else exceptionally Ginley qua right at G gushit gukuna in kire tsedo gwiendo genjit at qua gwinindan G Shri Gwich'in dai genjit go I chit cut guyendo kushit kukwa na ait kakut ohana tan ginindandai in G Canada kuts atigin chukwa else ik atrinati kat gut it guts and gwati ait G kanati genjit go I go nits o gut it go hatsa genjit go I Dinjii go he at akatan Gwich'in go kuna ait G Aurora College gifted itinin tin genjit Dinjii gonli ait nits o ako de gehedia kitinu ait kakuten dai quads cheek ire gut it kwa in gu gut it go he kwa ait G get ona tan genjit go I guyendo gut it gugwati kwa ait kaik it gutsal gojit G get ona tan genjit go I dik in chikat I gushit ginli guyendo guvenjit get ona tan gwinzi ait G get ona tan lichlinech genjit go I guyendo le kat get ona tan at G eshi kaik gushit chan get ona tan gushit gin lit at juk G gushit gin chu gut it guts and equal say at G get ona tan nit o gut it gukul say gushit gukuna in at guyendo gwinzi kwa ginu ai kire gite tritinin tin G ako te kwahedia kwa G tenuji ai nijin guyendo gwinzi gut it gugwati kwa gite tritinin gite trite chat at G get ona tan guyendo gwinzi gut it gugwati ai he gushit gehelia ait G get ona tan genjit gushit gukuna in dai da gonju gukuna in ait G itse do atrajach gushit G and WT gushit Gwich'in cut and WT Gwich'in cut guyendo guvenjit guhe gushit gonli ait G gushit P2 ginli ait G Philippines guts at ginju akatan chan gushit ginli ait G tsedot atrajach nich genjit gushit go ai ait G engage Gwich'in G say that at Gwich'in do Gwich'in dai genjit Gwich'in do Dragohe cut Gwich'in Dragwatsi dai G North go and Gwich'in G NWT Gwich'in cut Gwich'in Gwich'in do Gwich'in qua that at sea. It's a HHE Trahedia Chan the engine go on tree. It's a G say the Genjit nits old at Dutch Genjit good it go quatsi or go good in it trickle say ninjuk quathad at G North go and again cut goods at he then del G say the gushit gonly goods at goods at Dinjii qua again G nits or at Dutch again jit gushit hit each qua.
So go right ahead.
To the motion, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Julian Morris Frame Lake, she's okay, a good chit ichle. Chit kinhi. Jeanette or the chit cut, I go good at good say though ha nits or Northwest Territories, which again ich had good at quad seeds at I could say though ha a could go heady a gwini than I could net a gold say. I go changi di kike it good chit cut good a gange gigging he. It's a G Frame Lake Julian Morse gange he it's a yento high tech was I he chita G could go heather. I could here I could say though had it's all gange good tailor at done gange it a code Jeannie than Jean it's all good say though good it had go ha shits at Ginjik Ginjit it's all good it go hat sa grades at go date in I Ginjik I could it go hat sa need and it's at je injit good it go see it's at high could say though 50 million a quahle great changuizi could hinge it could tailor I go great the G issues at hinge it chitnily chan deeds again it it's at I went out at Genjit Ninja that it's at Genjit Nili. Red G Jehenjit Sedo 50 million a Quahle Genjit Trikinhi. It's at I hand Doha Queda Kut it Quati Red Trukunahin Got I hear Jitule Guizi Net Quatinu. Chlorid Ita Genjit Goli Genjit Go I Qua Gorit Gula Changuizi Haqueda. It's at Gujit Genjit Nilet Genjit Gujit Chit in leads at Nits or Gugut at Gutela Gwenjik Shits at Jidi Shit Dienjit Guteza Grich Gwenjik Tredaji Gut Korea I Gwenjik Hezano Geta Gred Gulat Tak Duye Gujit Gonli. It's at G shits at shit cut shit goods at king heats at GD good it gujit ishits at genjit then good tato genjit good tailor I gwendots at I gujit a code good it quati Nindan G Kanda good day tot nicht it ninjit that nits or ye good at dit gochat ging he g nits or which it quad no honan good at good it quad seeds at nits or good go gd shit genjit at all cut at I gujit hatak. It's a dule chan nile gujit guizi chan net quati. It's a G nile kai gujit G say 50 million a quatli jehenjit gunli gunu gujik I je shikinelik I je nits or ha good it quati chan shiknik it gun to it's at gujit it's a king heat I read DJ good hela gunjik it's at nits or good it genjit kohata takunjik good it genjit dienjit chan je gutela gwini dan go ye non jidishit nits o gunjika gwini that it's at chan guizi jagwendo guizi nat kohata ke I gunjik guizi gutela. It's a joke that it's all shit in leads at no good it qua ins at je enji chan good it quati it's at it's at chit chat it genji chit in lee gwenjik good it nisi quincy good qua in genji show nearly at Doha Queda It's at I hate Genjit Ninja that Reggie get on a tan neatly good chan Genjit good quatsi quack. It's at grandouts at I Gwich'in nits o Gwich'in at Quahatsa Queens Gutela Genjit Ithot ahead ya nu. It's at grandouts at Gwich'in cat nitchin cook at nati kutek it Genjit Lake at good to Gwich'in Gujiku Venjit in at nati Genjit Gutela Gwinidan. It's at Gwendots at Greets at Gutela Chanji Shri Gundai Gunjik Nits o Gut at Kwasi Shits at Nati Kutek it go an Hatak. It's at G no kike it go an di kike it gunako e go an nits o I good Gwati chan genjit sho nili it's at I good a chan nits o gwizi nat kwahat sa gwenjika kote good in chan jugjat ian chit idili jugwendo genjit it's at G-nits o no good it kwaha a gwenjika a gweda. It's at grades at Reggie nits or chit cut good it in Gunjik good say though good it good gundak Gunjik nits or good hela genjit nili. It's at the takret Tukahna at the Gunji Gwizi Genjit Tukunahi Gutela at I hear Gunjik ya Gwedanu Kaint nu.
To the motion, member from Great Slave.
Great Slave Lake Gwich'in Kate Reed Ging He G Nuchen Jit Nucha Lynette Adal Gain Gwich'in Cat Hai Gujinu. Right, G Nuchenjit Gwich'in Gugwatsi Cat Guvenjit Hai Gwinchini Than. Right, G say the NWT Genjit say the Dach Genjit Gwich'in Gugwal Tsai I Gwich'in U Okat Guvenjit Gwich'in Gwa in G did I Gwinjik G say the Dach Gugwal Tsai. Right, u and ginj u kat jiti ginin dan it's a jiti tagatach guvenjit gwehe genjit g tsedo gwinzid atratach genjit gwiltsai. Inuvik bootleg gwichit Denny Rogers ging he G Range Lake Shakut in Range Lake Gwich'in Danu Genjit Gihia it's at G nits o say the nits o accord tikihtencha kenchit Gwich'in kokatsi ait chit iteliko u ok anginchu kuk it chan itchu ait no Gwich'in Gwinchi ait judin enchit Gwich'in kwa in Gwich'in no Gwich'in Gwinchi ait kaik it Gutsal guts at itich uda Gwich'in no Gwich'in Gwinchi chan ait ji kaik it Gutsal gushit trils ikdai I genchit she kaik it guts at Gunji go I at I gehet at Gwinchi guvenchit Gwich'in kokwahatsa genchit go I at G ukache guts at ge da gushik G kaik it gutsal gushit nihan diets at drinking heat at ge tak I ni shukwa hakwatha it's at G itsedo nits od atratach gushit 50 million shihtrahetia genjit 50 million go I genjit drinking he it's at G dienjit chit itali gushit Gwich'in I shihtrahetia Gwich'in Gwich'in chi chitinu it's at Northwest Territories go an jiki Gwich'in shihtrahetia it's at gushit Gwich'in kwa G gushit it's at gushit Gwich'in kwa ninjuk gushit igenju kwa at G genjit shihtrahela genjit go I go genjit sedo kwa it's at G shihtrahetia genjit $50 million akwa chi gushit hela I gunel inda Gwich'in sho ihi I kihe chan Gwich'in trahedia it's at ashi I kaik it gushit jiki he ashi gushit sedo tratatsa it's at G nits o sedo atratach Gwindo Gwich'in genjit atratach Gwich'in go G Gwich'in trigwaltsai I gushit duye tak Gwich'in gushit gwehea it's at niha gite he genjit Gwich'in niha gite he at nits o jit sedo atratach Gwich'in Gwich'in gwinzit akat atratach Gwich'in I gwinchik Gwich'in tatsai it's at G gushit sakat takinin dan Gwich'in ako Gwich'in kwa go sedo nakuan sedo tratat sa Ginjik gwehe a nakwenjit ko ay at ay nan khai ha Gwich'in kukwahat sa gunu ay ha dule sedo tratat sa at uok ye enji Ginjik guhe kat guhe a at trinin guk at anatya guvenjit guhe a at gushit Gwich'in gukwat seeds at aige het at guyendo Ginjik Gwich'in gukwahat sa at dikin kat guyendo gakut onatan guvenjit guhe a chan at G artikwa an nabet a in kire nabet a in guvenjit guhe at go daitrin li o Gwich'in gukwahat sa Ginjik chan guhe a at je guhe dia a jitak Gwich'in go ay at ji nits o tedo at Ginjik go ay Ginjik cho ihli at jidi Gwich'in gon li Gwich'in chi go ay at ji Ginjik aha ji nudes at shah Gwich'in gwa in kat ji tedo nits o at Ginjik shah Gwich'in gwa in kat Ginjik height nithan night at ji look na that kat ishit a chit kat go Gwich'in Ginjik height nithan night at jat idich u Ginjik Gwich'in gukol sai Ginjik height nithan at tak jiti gwinin dan gede in ji gwyendo sedo le Ginjik at ji Gwich'in trekking he ni ha Gwich'in gwa in $150 million agwa chi Gwich'in he la at ji Northwest Territories and Ginjik kat guvenjit guhe at je trehe dia a je she trehe la at ji Ginjik tak sho ihli.
The motion. Member from Trinidad Willett.
Tundi Weldy Gwich'in Richard Jerkin. Chikin he atan Ginjik nili kwa chukdrin Ginjik. Gorit Juden Gwich'in Ginjik Gwich'in gukwal sai akatan Gwitz koha kwa go ji nits o ji Ginjik go ay at Juden kat Ginjik chitnili akatan chiten chit kat guvenjit ishits at Gwich'in gukwahin kwak at gonju ginu ay Gwich'in chan akodi nindan nu. tunde wel de genjit gihi. It's it yen no hai nitli gut at chitrinli I gunjik thak ret genjit gihe gihi genji tunde wel de go an tai gutela genjit. I gunjik go hatsa gwini dan it's a great lutzel it go kike it red is it dan gwendo it's a good dat it's a good day. I goods at high qua genjit. I it's a neatly go kike it go an chan gwendo it's a j quad a hike chan gwizit gonj o qua neshit go drach uts at a good j qua it's at neatly kike it tak genjit j henjit qua it's at a coal shik the gonj uji chan dient gutesa qua ishits at le nitin ji gutsedo enjit ginhi nitin dan genjit gon I'd say though gondli. It's done with I well they go on kike it nitlik was it genjit chitnili it's good it's I could say though enjit ginhi qua genjit tak gondli qua it's it's a chit cut o chit akadan it's o the guinea dan gwinji good it go kwati genjit good net e chan go kwati e Gwich'in dits again gigging he. It's a Dinjii Zhu Ginjik chan Zhu Ginjik ginhi kwa guvenjit gugoli kwak et gontu. It's I gojik nakwan gunorit ochit orit ejit onjik. I gunorit gutrit guizi dienjit kwahata gunu. I gunjik as endo chan deeds at drinking he qua. I gojik nan kak genjit tak chan the gundi e genjit gonli nits o dienjit the gudni e gonli. I gojik red G Tedo gutrid hat kwahata gwinjik jidita gujit dienjit gonli kwa. It's at Northwest Territories Gwizi genjit gwini dan. Goriji nits o yendo Gwizi nat kwahata go Gwizi dia kwaheda jidita genjit gujik gutrit gutsedo ha genjit go I qua. It's a GNWT gutchit cut gutrit gunjik rechan gutinet e da gutni e gunjik only. It's at G gutchit chan G tangers at Dinjii Zhu ha Liquina than gunjik chan it's o go I. Gwendots at neatly kike it go an jek o hatak genjit Gwizi Gwinidan Gujik Guts Aya Kota Gonchu Kwa I Dinjii Chitkat Gut Sedoa Nits O Gut It Kwati Guvenjit Gushit Gonli Kwa It's it Gut it's it Gwendots a Gut It Kwat Nit Gut It Kwati Kwat at Nit Jidis Gushit a Gutrash U Ginidan Ginjik. It's at 1967 Northwest Territories Gwich'in na Guninda Guts at Chlorid Islat Dinjii Gwinzi Gonli Kwa. It's at Tundewalde Gudinji Kat Ginzi Gujikret Jinits O Tsandodia Gweda Dinjii Gunech it's at Tagonju. It's at Wits it's at Kaik Edan Kat Gonli. It's at G ishits at Chit Kata Eshik Dia no Ja Nu. Dada Chan Dilo Chan Dada Get Unatan Aged Guinin that it's at Dilo Chan Sinjek Aged Lutzilk A Chan Tai. It's at Lutzilk A it's at for resolution Red Sin Guje Genjit Niklik Gut it Kohatsa Guinidan. Jindaunan Jugujik it's a Ginhi. It's a Chan Rat Gut it Gwich'in Dinjii Gut a Ginhi. I Gujik Zhu Ginjik it a Gonj Unu. G Vakaik it Niklik Gujit Genjit Chitney leads at Dinjii Ginhi. Jidi Shrit Ha Gut it Guvenjit Kwahatsa Gwinjik it's a Chlorid Va Gut it Gwich'in Kat Gnech it's a Gut Kohat Inu Kwanu Gorid G it's Endo High Tick Gwijik Jinan Kat Gude Tota Genjit Shik Dinjii Zhu Ginjik Gwinidans at Ginhi. I Gujik Northwest Territories Chan Gwinli Dakot Gwin Ginjik Gwinidan. I Gujik I for resolution Ihak Red I Gujik Gwizuts at I Genjit Deets at Ginhi Garit Gavit at Dinjii Kwa. It's at Nile at Gujit Gunahin. It's old Deets at Gahendal Genjit. It's at Dan Vakaik it Gujit Aged Kat Guva Gwizi Gweda Kwa at Ando Chan Lay Kat Nikinin that's at Shik I Gut Ginhi Guvenjit Gwati Dai Gunahin. It's at Gwendots at Genie Click no Kaik it Sal Gujit Red Gondai Izu had Gunet it's at Gwins at Gujit Gwati Gujik Bedreonatso Kat Gutsedo Lay Guvenjit at Gut or Kat Gujik Dinjii Dishits at Gujit the Gwich'in Quag at the Gonju. Gwendots at G Northwest Territories Gujit Niklik Hike it Gutsal Gadan Gu oats at no queenie than good treat a good hela. It's at Northwest Territories, Jehenchit good shit, great, neatly good at quati, good say though green cheat in Guno. I go to Chanitlik no a cake it go and DJ aged net Quahata Gwinjik good it Gwini Genjit Quahata Gwini then I went out at Gwishit Gunah in the nits or Gwizi net Quahata Gwins Gunah in. It had Gunore nits or Kenjit Recht Quahed Quahata Gwinjik a code good in. It's at Kanda good shit cut I Gwinjik dear a code good gold say I chanhan don gunin that chan gwendo genjit isat good in it's a chan guizina quahatsa guini than at ando aije katrit shik gon leads at quan ha dule go they ha genjit go gonly. It's a G2 cut Gwich'in gite in Guvenji chan Gwizinat Quahata Gwini than Genji could say though dule kakuna in Niha Genji good Quahata Gwini than Quaquat at it goha only at di good Dinjii cut Guvenji Gwizi Gwini than. Issues a G Gwina than good in Ginjik do they are called good in. Kanda good issues at the toe good shit cut a good than I Ginjik. Keenly it's a G Gwich'in G ha a good drill che at I Genjit go I. It's at G Dinjii Ginjik inly at G shit at chit cut at Gwich'in at no one chit it deletes at which it green cheaty and quatsi. The great Genjit issues at Gwizi Kukuna in quads a gach it in daikwa. She gashit at Ginhi dai Hanji Anjo in leak it in it ushit nu I shik Anjo cut goods at Ginihi it's at I gash and I nu chit at chitki Ginhi at done red didn't cut kite the cake it only go range it at Nilinu height nu.
Colleagues, being respectful of the time and giving a bit of a break for our translators, we'll have a brief.
Ju Queen Kwan Genjit Net Ahaji.
Me as a speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business of the House. Motions. Or to the motion. Member from the Sut 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be voting in favor of the budget. Recapping, before I continue, I will pay respect to all the previous presentations from my colleagues on this side of the House and the other side of the House. And when I look back at the very beginning of the Minister of Finance announcement 13 months ago on restoring balance, that was the approach that we took. And knowing through experience, there's going to be some hard decisions to be made. And the cost overruns have really got to be reflected to the hardships faced by the Sahtu region, particularly during last summer's events. But through collaboration, I was extremely pleased to see the ministers coming forth with assistance of business relief by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of ITI. And the homes coming to our communities, which really says it's a collaborative approach. When I look at the community of Delaney, and it's the same high cost of operating to my constituency budget, Mr. Chair. It's a fly-in region. I can only seasonally drive to these 5 communities that I represent. So one can understand sustainability and the challenges on a high cost of living in the Sahtu. But through collaboration with Cabinet, we ease that tension of high cost of living during the no barging season and the evacuation of Fort Good Hope last June. Easing the tension and the stress generated by families forced to leave their community. The Premier traveled to Norman Wells on our request to help comfort the victims of evacuation caused by the Fort Good Hope fire, which came in within a kilometer of the nearest home. So you can feel the stressful tension that was going on during that evacuation. And we were saddened to hear during the evacuation that we lost a chopper pilot defending our community. And we're getting assistance from Cabinet and every minister throughout the last 15 months. But going back into our first assembly budget, and we got 2 more to go. But it was accepted by myself, having gone through that restoring balance is going to mean reductions. And analyzing and prioritizing the need for physical assistance is really a chore that I have to contribute to Cabinet in doing so. However, moving ahead, as said, I support this budget, knowing the fact that reductions sunsets, forest growth, is a decision made by the stakeholders of this assembly. So in short, I respect my colleagues' opinions, and I look forward to being resilient and in particular implementing what we have. We have a budget and we set aside a nominal amount that we can feel comfortable in saying this is going to be our surplus moving forward. Now, hopefully that is not jeopardized by the disasters the NWT has seen in various parts of the NWT over the last several years, placing more forest growth decisions on disaster recovery. All said, we still have the avenue of federal engagements to ease that physical cost in operating our 33 communities. So in short, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be supporting the budget. Merci.
Thank you, member from the Sud 2. To the motion, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting the budget. I'm happy with the housing funding that's going to be distributed within the Northwest Territories, but there's still work to be done on distribution, especially within my region. After I looked at what the preliminary distribution dollars were going, it didn't look very bright for the communities of my region. So there is room for improvement. So I am happy with the housing allocation. But there's room for improvement in other areas, especially with the my favorite, the income support program. You know, we have to work at finding a way where we can get our those recipients to be part of the economy. 15% of my residents in the Beaufort Delta are on income support, so I'd like to find, get the Indigenous governments and other agencies involved in trying to get funding from EC&E to create programs where they can build their self-esteem, where they can join the workforce and be partners with the rest of the Northwest Territories in building our economy, especially in the Mackenzie Delta where unemployment is high. Closures of the community learning centers was a shock. Well, I've stated in our meetings that, committee meetings, that this was ongoing since June of 2023, and then with a couple of weeks, they just dropped this on the whole NWT. We wouldn't need the adult learning centers if improvements to the kindergarten to grade 12 was made better, rather than socially promoting our students and sending them to income support where they make a living off it. So kindergarten to grade 12 is where everything starts. We have to make improvements in our education system. It's pretty sad to see a graduate from a recent grade 12 program and see him at the front of the class having problems with simple arithmetic, and you expect these students to go virtually on learning. It's a hard task to even comprehend. The health care, we have to improve that within the smaller communities. With every week I'm getting notifications from the regional health department saying that one of the health centers are closed because due to staff shortage. They be open only for emergency cases. And I'm getting calls about medical travel, accommodations. We need collaboration with the cabinet, with the minister, to bring clarity for the residents of the Northwest Territories when they're traveling. Like, who's obligated to take these tasks on? So we need clarity in that. We got to find solutions for what I've been trying to bring forth the last few few sessions is the crisis we're in with the drugs and alcohol. The biggest places where they're setting up shop is right in with housing NWT's public housing units. And the local authorities or housing NWT can't do nothing. It's sad when you see, you go past a person's house and you know there's criminal activity there, but I've tried. I went to the RCMP myself. I've held interagency meetings. Our hands are just tied. We can't do nothing but, you know, hope and pray for the best of our people, and hopefully in the future, this a budget will come out where everyone is happy. But that's impossible. You know, I can't get everything from this budget that I want, that the residents of my constituency want. But we can be optimistic, and hopefully we can negotiate throughout the year and try to get programs to heal our people, to make them feel better about themselves, be part of the workforce, be well educated. Education is it's just a big factor. It's where everything starts. Then you get into alcohol and drugs, and it affects every department of this government. Every department that alcohol and drugs affects them. Collaboration and consultation with the communities is a big one. This government has to consult with the residents of the Northwest Territories and seeing what they want, what's hurting them. There's a lot of people out there hurting. Even just walking home from after session, you see people that are struggling. It's hard to see that. I don't know them, but I tell you, I brought this up before. I was in their shoes for 5 months until my cousin Stanley rescued me. I would have been probably still there because I didn't feel like I was an alcoholic, but I was surviving. And I think that's what these people are doing. We just have to give them a little encouragement because they all have potential. They all have work ethics, but they're stuck in a rut right now. But I will be supporting this budget, but you know there is room for improvement as the year goes on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta. To the motion, member from Yonge Lake North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the commitment that the government will be spending $50 million on housing during each of the next 3 years is significant. We have been working towards this since the beginning of this Assembly. This wasn't something that we just came up with a few weeks ago, and we've been engaged in advocacy for housing both through our committees as regular members and in individual meetings with the Minister that I know many of us have had, trying to figure out a practical path forward on this. So we're starting to see the fruits of those labors, and I am encouraged. I do believe we still have a lot of work to do, particularly around figuring out how we can better support people who are currently in public housing to move towards home ownership. That's a message I've heard strongly and repeatedly, especially from my colleagues representing small communities. I think a big piece of what we need there is to get going on a large-scale amount of repairs and renovations in public housing to allow people to take over units and own them as their own. And I do expect that at least some of this new money will be supporting those efforts, but that will also take significantly ramping up our supply of tradespeople and the apprenticeships and the building of workforce capacity to get those kinds of repairs done. So this is not simply a matter of dedicating a certain number of millions of dollars to big ticket items. It's about putting the various pieces of our mandate priorities together, focusing our resources on programs that all lead towards the same goal. And I do think that one worthy and inspiring goal could be increasing rates of home ownership in the territory. Now, the issue of community learning centers still sits in a difficult position. Aurora College's announcement of the closure of the community learning centers has both opened up new opportunities, especially for Indigenous governments and other community-based partners to take back more control over adult learning in communities. It's also threatened many community-based programs that have been going very well, such as the Literacy Outreach Center here in Yellowknife, and many existing partnerships in the communities that have been delivering trades, programming, and essential skills training. I understand that it will take some time to figure out the next steps for each community with regard to their adult learning plans and their community learning centers. Some communities will want to repurpose those CLC buildings to serve some other need in the community, whether that's some purpose in healthcare or perhaps use by a local high school trying to offer programming to more mature learners. Those are some of the examples I've heard of what else communities do want to do with those CLC buildings if they haven't been well utilized. But for those centers that have had lots of productive programming going on, it will take time to untangle and detail who are the partners that have been working with the Royal College in delivering those programs, what holes exactly will be left with the college pulling out, what resources can still be offered by partners, what are the missing pieces left, and whether that's missing staff or missing space to offer the programs, and then how we're going to plug each of those holes and fill in the missing resources. I genuinely believe that UCE has not had time to finish that work yet, but that they are committed to doing it. The tricky part will be when we do get to the point where we can identify exactly what resources are needed to keep the momentum going on the existing courses and training. We need to be able to find those resources, and I will continue to push that this government provide them to ensure that those critical workforce training and adult learning programs continue. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this budget. I do commend the work of all the members in this Assembly, and I look forward to the continued work ahead. Thank you.
From Yellowknife North. To the motion. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to all of my colleagues here and for the work that we've done to come to this day. And it's been quite some work that we're doing. I'm happy that we got some stuff, even though some things I didn't get in my region. I still don't have a health cabin in Kakisa. People in Enterprise still can't go home. But we are working together, and I am working with my colleagues to ensure that things do happen in my riding. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker. This has been my first year working and doing the job that I'm doing, and going through a lot of seen a lot of things change, seen a lot of things happen and not happen. The drugs are in our communities, they're devastating lives of our people, health care. I'm happy that we have we passed a motion to allow medical escorts. Now we don't know how that's going to work out, but when it does work out, people will be happy about that. We had some little wins, and I reiterate what a lot of my colleagues said. There was things that happened. We got some things we didn't get, but the way I look at it, we got some little wins and things happen slowly. We can't get everything we want right now. But all in all, I was sent here to work for the people in my riding. It's been a tough time for us. But we're working together to make sure that our people get what they need. It's not easy. We've had a lot of death in our community and our communities in the last while. So people are hurting. And here we're dealing with budgets and having to deal with even our own personal stuff, our own personal issues around our families and stuff, and yet we're working to help our people. It's in regards to housing. I'm happy what we got, the 30 million for the next 3 years. Healthcare, like I mentioned, a motion to get medical escorts. However, we have the issues of drug and alcohol issues in our communities. But all in all, Mr. Speaker, we have to work together to find solutions for the things that we're dealing with. Even though things may look bleak to some, I say, Mr. Speaker, while my colleague sees a glimpse, or I see a glimpse of hope for our people working with this government. And my colleagues on the other side, the cabinet, if you work with them, they will work with you. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here to say I'm going to be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Member from the date shown. To the motion, member from Mofway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to all our colleagues here, both the regular MLAs and to the cabinet, for the hard work that went into this budget. I know that we don't always get what we want, but I am pleased with the budget. I am pleased that there's more money put in the budget for housing. And we know that there's a lot of problems in the small communities. Mental health and drugs in small communities are on the rise, and there are efforts being made to address those issues. And similar to what my colleague from Mackenzie Delta said, there is room for improvement. But there is a good working relationship with the cabinet and with the regular MLAs and with the Indigenous government and organizations, which I am pleased about. I feel like the government is listening to us. You know, they're listening and they're hearing our concern. With all the statements that we have been making since last year, since last fiscal year and the beginning of the last fiscal year as well too. So they have been listening, they have been hearing our concerns for that reason that there's more money put into the housing. And which housing is a major issue in small communities, so I am quite pleased about that. There is something that I am worried and concerned about is that in Gwich'in region that Gwich'in communities are growing and they are expanding. For example, Gwich'in, they're building a new subdivision. That means that there's going to be more houses that's going to be going up and a new school will be built. So the thing that I see problem with here is that MACA funds, it's not going far enough. That one we need to, that needs to, they need to start focusing on working with small communities, especially the communities that are expanding, that are growing. More of our people are going home. You know, we're not living, there's a lot of social issues in all the communities, even in the larger regional center. Because of that, there's a lot of people that are saying they want to go home. And we have seen that happen in many of the small communities. So I am quite pleased with the budget right now, but it's just that the MACA needs to start focusing on working with the community government and in Gwich'in alone, that we will need more program and service delivery when the new expansion, when we complete the new subdivision, and with the infrastructure as well. So I am pleased. For that reason, for a lot of other reasons too, I will be supporting this budget as well. Thank you.
Member from Mofway. To the motion, member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's start off with the good. $100,000 going into the program for family violence shelter network. That money was saved or added, however you want to look at it, to help NGOs. I think that's probably the most significant movement in this particular budget that I saw. That said, without that money, many people would be at risk, and I wouldn't even want to try to calculate how many people would be at super harm's way or worse, Mr. Speaker. So let's go with the other stuff, the less good. Recently, as we all know, the government got a $1.3 billion increase to the debt wall, and I think that that is really the turning point of where the housing conversation started. Whereas I think if I have the number correct, I mean, we keep throwing numbers around, but it's like $41.6 million intended to be invested in it. And the challenge I see when I read this is, and when I say this isn't really going far enough, is the fact that if you read the details, it talks about modernizing, it talks about improving, it talks about replacing. What are we doing for net increase? And so when everybody keeps saying, well, we didn't always get what we want, I'm really curious what we got. We got the government's notional plan turned into an action plan to modernize, improve, and replace houses. I would have liked to have heard we're going to have a net increase of 50 houses, 100 houses, 200 houses. I'm sure you get the point. Net increase. So have we put those families at risk have we made those families at risk any safer? Have we helped those people on the edge, and have we protected them? Have we given them a firmer ground? I'm not sure this budget does that. I'm not reading that. I've looked it over, I've asked questions, I'm curious. I think my colleague from Rangelink even asked the housing minister, what's the net improvement today? And she respectfully, of course, took it, as notice. Some of the stuff is still in the air. We don't know. Or at least she said she'd get back, I guess, to it. But the point is that we don't even know what we're buying. But we know we're buying something. And that's kind of interesting. So we're buying a bit of time for daycares. I know we're buying that. We see a bit of money in for daycares. But it's not saving daycares. I think it's a temporary respite. It's not hearing their problems, it's deferring them, kicking them down the road. The question is was this budget prepared to take care of or support day homes? I don't know. But I can assure you they are even further down the road at risk, and this budget doesn't speak to that. Mr. Speaker, political priorities, as highlighted by my colleague from Range Lake many times, the shift. I mean, up until recently, we were talking about 6% of the budget is dedicated to political priorities. Now we're closer to 7.5%. I mean, so that's what we're really talking about. When we get elected to a mandate to do things, but we just surrender to the public service. I wish there was two budgets, honestly. Not that I enjoy this process, trust me. This isn't a love-in most days. But that said, it's not horrible either. But I would say, I wish there was a budget where we talked about the basics, nuts and bolts of government, and then we talked about the political mandate of politicians, whereas in housing needs to be added, and we turn that into the political mandate from that focus. But we don't. It's all meshed together. So when we say status quo budget, we really mean whatever keeps the lights on. So the irony of in using round numbers, Mr. Speaker, of the 50 million this year, 50 million next year, that's the government's plan. And it's weird that when you think about it, it takes the members to push the government on their plan. I mean, even to Housing Corp's own, I would say, point, a few meetings back, they can't even do 100 houses, new doors in 4 years. I don't know what's going to roll out. I mean, I look forward to it. But like I said, I wish the conversation was about net gain, about where this money goes. Not repairs, not replacements, not refurbishing. And by no means would I stand here and say that that isn't important. Please don't get disillusioned by my concern. But when we talk about trying to tackle that 3,000 or more in need, this is what we're talking about. We need net houses. Net homes, sorry. I shouldn't say houses, because houses come in many forms. Net homes. Mr. Speaker, I'm still frustrated about the IEP. I think in time, that was part of our concerns as the package. And it's the old, you can ask for the moon as part of your process. And I'm worried that time will roll out, that we're no further ahead on this file other than making people more angry with their government. Extended health benefits, revisiting that was asked through this budget process, and it was unceremoniously dismissed. extending commissions or finding better ways to work with the brewery or cannabis industry. I mean, these industries are struggling and they need every break. I mean, they are little microeconomies that change the nature of a community. As a matter of fact, it actually makes it an exciting community when you think about when they're busy and energetic and they're doing things and people are involved. It's those things that spark life. And it's important. If the government viewed it as it was a little bit of a net loss, think of it this way. We do a lot of things for net loss. As a matter of fact, we have certain departments that should be called net losses. But that said, it's the benefit of what it does. Overall, that is. CLCs, you know, I'm not tired of fighting this one, but I feel like it's one of these we keep ringing the bell and not enough people in the government are listening. You know, sure, literacy outreach may have sounded like it might be okay, but I don't know if it'll be okay in Yellowknife, Fort Smith, and Inuvik. Yeah, that's Yellowknife too. That's my writing. You know, this is this community. It's a risk. So the overall package of these concerns are concerning. You know, I feel like my colleagues, you know, whether it's my colleague from Tuna Day, when he talks about feeling communities are under siege. And so when we lose the CLCs, but the college gets to keep the cash, I mean, it just seems so contradictory to the business of what we're doing. We have to do fiscal restraint, which is government talk about, you know, reductions, but not really reductions. Well, I'm sorry, every one of those communities, one of these CLCs was in, I mean, that's a job loss. And every job loss has a ripple effect. And every community is going to feel that. So if you have one job, it could affect 2 or 3 people in that family, in that community. One government job in a community is overwhelming. Add 2 or 3 jobs into a larger community. Add 3 or 4 jobs to a community regional center. All of a sudden you're affecting, Mr. Speaker, schools, kids playing pond hockey, you know, little social clubs of what they exist. Like the elements and the fabrics are under siege. That's how I feel it. So when the member for Tuna Day Wellade talks about feeling losing these things, I mean, I worry from my perspective that the community of Fort Resolution, I've been to that community center many times. It's a beautiful place. It's a community center, for goodness sakes. So now to leave them to sit there empty and heated and doing nothing, I mean, I worry. I'd rather we continue a process until we know what we're going to do. But trust us is not a good policy to live by. Mr. Speaker, if you think about what the members actually accomplish cash-wise, it's literally $100,000 back to the family violence shelter. We argued and held the line on the government's money. You know, it feels like, well, I got to convince them my idea is their idea, and all of a sudden they get all excited about it, and then I tell them, hey, great idea, never heard that before. Well, this is one of these cases. I feel like we're championing their idea all along. Mr. Speaker, if we think about the $50 million, now I'm going to roll it up in a whole dollar. I mean, it's less than 2% of the budget. That's not a significant dial move. You know, so when if I may respectfully say, the pilot biscuit brigade that lives on click over here and does it the old-fashioned way of lean budgets and scraping by, and then we look over, metaphorically, Mr. Speaker, the well taken care of side, because apparently we've turned into a feelings assembly, the well taken care of other side. You know, and when you're asking for something about helping students, and it's like, well, it's not our idea, so against you. You know, so the idea is, what did we support? I'm glad some dial change is going to happen on the housing. I'm just personally embarrassed by thinking about, like, I don't think it's going to change anything. And everybody keeps saying, well, you can't get what you want. I'm just not convinced we know what we got. And I'm not convinced what we got was what we really wanted. I think everyone here talked about wanting net increases to houses, not less squeaky doors or less leaky windows or things like that. We wanted new doors so new families can move in and feel safe. I mean, I'm curious on how it's going to look like. Now, if you do the math backwards, Mr. Speaker, and again, using round numbers, even though it's not 50 million this year, I believe it's 41.6 or something in that range. Math backwards is we're talking if it was houses alone, It's 3 houses per community on average. But they haven't promised houses, they promised repairs, modernizations, and improvements, not new houses. So I'm not sure what we're getting. I certainly look forward to whatever we get. I do believe that improved, healthier lifestyle, whether now we're talking about suitability of houses, if it fixes families in our communities and regions, I think that's a good thing. It's hard to say no, but it's just hard to say what did we actually buy. And the last part I'll speak to, Mr. Speaker, is I frankly hate the phrase negotiation. I don't feel like we negotiate. I feel like, what are you going to let us have? And I think people don't put that into perspective enough. So the media is going to go blah, blah, blah. They negotiated a good deal. I don't care what the media says, honestly. Yeah, they can say whatever they want. We didn't negotiate. We got what they let us have. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. To the motion, member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long day. I've got a lot of papers in front of me, but I'm going to try and get this on the rails. Let me start by saying, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that this budget process is a negotiation. It is a difficult one. It's a difficult one for everyone. Not everybody on Cabinet gets what they want at the Cabinet table. But we do have to come together. We have discussions about what the issues are, what our priorities are, what our constituents need, what our residents need from all different sized communities here, from small communities to the capital to regional centres. And it's not an easy conversation. But Mr. Speaker, we always do come together, and Mr. Speaker, then we come to this process. I will say, Mr. Speaker, one of the things, and I want to speak a little bit to the process. It's not well understood. As I've attended FPT tables, federal, provincial, territorial meeting tables elsewhere, I've realized how different we are from the way things operate in a provincial jurisdiction. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I don't make the budget. The Department of Finance doesn't make the budget. That often is how it happens elsewhere. Instead, the 7 of us collaboratively make the budget. Everyone is responsible for bringing forward submissions from their department. We have to go around the table in the Financial Management Board, and then it comes forward to the Assembly, first to committees in the confidential in-camera review process that we begin way back in January. And through that process, MLAs have an opportunity to ask each minister detailed questions, sometimes informing themselves about where they may want to ask questions later in public, and sometimes informing themselves to better understand a direction, and very often also pushing a minister in a department on an issue they see in there that they want to see some change. Sometimes that ultimately comes forward through the negotiation process, and sometimes it ultimately can be a discussion between that member and that minister that can be part of what goes on throughout the process of consensus government. People can begin to work together on issues as the member from Yellowknife North and the member from Nunavut Lake now work together on a number of issues in the healthcare front. But then, Mr. Speaker, once we do come to a point where there's some sense of where we're coming into the Legislative Assembly and conducting the public review of each department, of each division, of each area, the questions again get asked, and again that's an opportunity where government is being pushed and saying, look, this is what the political actors elected to lead are asking and expecting of you. And so again, departments go and will shift the work that's happening within the departments. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do want to give a bit of a shout out. We do have a little over $2.6 billion in total revenues, and our expenditures $2.3 billion. Well, $472 million of that is the public service. Those are the folks that do all the things. Every single thing that we're talking about here, that's them. That's what that pays for. It pays for them to do all of those things and provide those services. And another $1.2 billion goes out the door. It's the grants and contributions and transfers that we give to municipalities and small communities and large communities, NGOs. It goes out the door to all of them. And again, helps us deliver all the programs and services we're describing here. And we do, when we come to a point of trying to figure out what we need to do, from the cabinet perspective, we know walking in here it's going to be a discussion with members from the other side in order to pass the budget. And there has certainly been evolution over the course of assemblies about how that gets done. And Mr. Speaker, I'd say I'm proud to say that in this assembly we've continued that evolution, leading to today where the focus is on changes that are reflective of the priorities of the Assembly. And they are focused on changes that not only prioritize the Assembly, but also that prioritize the whole of the Assembly. So rather than being, you know, a one-off item or a particular choice for one community or one type of program or service that maybe services one group, it really is an effort, I would say, as a collective to try to benefit the whole of the territory and all of our priorities, Mr. Speaker. It's on a high level, and that's something that I think we should be all proud of, that we can all look at one another and try to find those kinds of issues where we can make big changes. We also, Mr. Speaker, in this government have shifted to having our business plans as part of our main estimates. But what that's meant is that it opens up this negotiation. It's no longer just about line items, Mr. Speaker. We're now opening up the entirety of the business process of what we do as a government, what all of the public servants do, and opening it up to this discussion of change. And Mr. Speaker, it is a complicated one. I have a 14-page spreadsheet of all the different things we've been discussing over the last while, of areas where we might go back and forth and might find some room to change. I want to highlight just a few, but Mr. Speaker, it's just a few, it's not everything, and I won't go through the whole thing, owing in part to the time. But this process of beginning in January, one-on-ones between ministers and MLAs with particular issues or needs, going through the in-camera review by department, going through negotiations, it pushes the public service who want to deliver good programs and services, and it pushes them to do that through this process. It's everything that's part of the consensus process. This is the highlight. This is what people pay attention to. But it's been 3 months of getting here. And even before that, it's been the relationships before that where we knew and we expected what was coming, particularly on an ask from housing, but on other areas too. So with that, Mr. Speaker, there's been discussions around income assistance, and I know that's been mentioned again tonight, so I do want to acknowledge that. It's a known now need. There's going to need to be some consideration of how we can re-examine and look at the success or lack of success of income assistance. It's not working the same for everyone and for every community, and that is a recognition. But that's been a significant conversation as a result of budget negotiations. I don't have the outcome today because it's complicated and it's not easy. But the point is that by being part of this process, the government is now being pushed to go and look at it because it's been brought forward, it's been discussed, and we know that there has to be action taken. Mr. Speaker, I want to also acknowledge there's some small things, even just for example, I think I don't necessarily know which member brings forward particular issues. Sometimes I can guess. But Mr. Speaker, there's been questions around the NWT child tax benefit, and can we improve this? Can we make this better for residents? Well, Mr. Speaker, I need to do some math on this one. We need to run that one a bit more. But we've committed to go and say, yes, we're going to look at this. So even ideas like that, it doesn't have to come through the budget process, but it also can. And that's, I think, what makes consensus different, is that it, again, highlighted on today, but it is an ongoing dialogue and relationship that we have when we can discuss areas and concerns and ideas, and in a way that might not be happening when we're constrained in a different system. I'm going to skip over my housing line for the moment, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to come back to that one in a bit. But there's been a commitment, again, EC&E and housing recognizing that they have an opportunity to find a way to increase apprentices. There's been a real recognition that this is an area of some success, but it's also an area where we need to keep those successes growing and that momentum going, so acknowledging that. Discussion around defence and sovereignty strategy, and acknowledging that we'll have something ready for the next sitting. You know, again, that's saying that there's going to be a strategy ready in this area by the May sitting. That's a commitment that maybe I didn't need to detail here, but it's been already made to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. They know it's coming and they're going to hold us to it, because they're pushing us on this is an area that we know is important. So other items around discussing what's coming next in GRI, which I know is important to some, and how we're going to move forward the program evaluation. even the $100,000 for family violence shelters being reinstated, but also, Mr. Speaker, moving from health and social services, which makes it a bit more of a one-off, putting it over in EIA now. So reflecting again a push towards what can we try to do to make these systems, to make the fundings, to be more unified, more organized, and have them make more sense. So NGOs know that the funding mechanisms will sit in a relatively more housed in EIA, and over time move away from being department by department, which is much more difficult, obviously, for an NGO with limited capacity to have to figure out and navigate. So we're making that commitment to get that work done. A lot of discussion, obviously, around the health and social services sector. And Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work happening and a lot of conversations being had with how to make that system run more efficiently and effectively, in order to make sure that we're using those public dollars. It's almost a third of what we spend is on health. That is a major priority of this government. We want to be spending those dollars as best we can to service residents, and to service them in a way that provides good health care and supports the people that are providing that health care. Mr. Speaker, it is sort of a last but not least housing. I do want to speak to the housing item. It was a part of the discussions we had back in the fall when we passed the capital budget. And at that time, the commitment was to figure out a plan, and what we then called a notional plan, and there was much time spent on the word notional back then. A notional plan is just that. It's the idea of presenting a plan with dollar figures associated, but not necessarily knowing where those dollar figures might come from. Over the years, the Housing NWT does, on average, have managed to find some funding, typically from some federal entity or agency, or the CMHC or otherwise. But Mr. Speaker, coming in here this session, there was no new funding coming. There were no new announcements coming, but we certainly knew that there'd be pressure from our colleagues. So that notional plan was put into an incremental plan, which followers of the House might recall hearing the Minister of Housing have to say, as she was describing the budget sitting as a witness. Incremental meant that there was options starting at $5 million and gradually moving up of what we could do with different types of funding. Well, Mr. Speaker, the full plan, the full $50 million, so a base amount that was already coming from the GNWT plus the new amount included to bring it to $50 million, is where we landed. So it is a significant investment, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest it's now funding the full plan. So it is no longer notional nor incremental. It is now the full plan. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give full credit to our colleagues on the other side for this, because it wasn't necessarily where we thought this would land, but it was very clear that it's where they wanted this to land. And I have a bit more sort of news, if I might, on that, and it's that, Mr. Speaker, although we've shared with our colleagues what that first year might look like, in terms of looking at the modernization and improvements, which is the major renovations that keeps a house from becoming a boarded-up derelict unit. There's about 175 that can be funded through this, and another 47 that can be replaced on top of that. It takes a huge dent over these 3 years into the $200 million housing infrastructure deficit that we estimate exists, Mr. Speaker, and that's a significant change in that space to make sure that houses aren't being boarded up, aren't looking derelict, aren't bringing down communities, and they're actually going to be in and available for people to live in and to use and to move away from wait lists. The other thing I want to give credit to my colleagues on is they've accepted, Mr. Speaker, every member who is representing a community was shown the lists of wait lists, the lists of the age of the housing units, and are accepting that this is now a data-driven plan. So again, acknowledging, and I appreciate that while that is putting us into a place where we are as a group making evidence-based decisions and making evidence-based choices, and I do acknowledge that's hard because it doesn't always align with sometimes what we feel when we look around in a community that you're in all the time, but you can come here and say that we have an evidence-based approach. And one other good piece of news I'll give, and again, it's credit to our colleagues, by making this a 3-year commitment, we now have more economies of scale that we can use to deliver this plan. And that means that these numbers, 175 this year and 47 this year for replacements, may go up because we are now able to order more, use a more economy of scale approach, and plan to have mobilization costs community by community managed differently or better. Now, of course, it's a time of tariffs, so it's difficult to predict anything these days, Mr. Speaker, but one thing we can say is that over 90% of housing's contracts are delivered locally. They're delivered by northern businesses, northern residents, northern people. And Mr. Speaker, so while I don't know what's happening with the tariffs, and I can't necessarily predict what's happening south of the border, but I can say that this is an investment that we believe can be delivered by Northerners, for Northerners. So again, it's credit to our colleagues for pushing us for the 3 years, because it's created that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm running longer than I expected, but Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly mention the CLCs, the Community Learning Centres. Again, it's been a subject of much conversation. I do want the public to know that our colleagues have been dogged on this, both on the floor, but also with myself, with Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, right up to the very end on this one. I appreciate the grace that they're giving us on this one. And what I mean by that is we do need a bit of time. Obviously, Aurora College is an independent entity. It does operate at arm's length. We may not always be happy about the decisions it's making, but it is structured to make those decisions on its own. GNWT does have a responsibility to deliver education, and the Minister of Education, Culture, Employment, and supported by our colleagues, is committing that we're going to go back and look and acknowledge that there's not one size fits all here, but that she will, over the next just couple of months, go back to the communities that have operating CLCs, go back to those that have operating programs, and figure out who wants to see what happen next. We've already had outreach from some communities saying they want the facility. That will then look over to Department of Infrastructure to see what we can do to move those processes along. But others that want to see the programs continue that may be funded from third-party sources. So we're going to figure that out. We're going to provide a critical path and a timeline. We're going to do that by the May sitting, Mr. Speaker, which is a pretty quick turnaround, but it is an important item, and we're happy to make that commitment. So. With all that, Mr. Speaker, of course there's always more that people will want. That is the nature of government. The needs of the territory and the needs of the residents don't stop. The needs of our communities don't stop. But this is probably the single biggest budgetary change that I'm certainly aware of ever being made, but we're proud of it. It's one that does reflect the priorities of the Assembly, and I thank my colleagues for getting us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, member from Yellowknife South. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Yellowknife South has asked for a recorded vote. For all those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut, the member for Det Cho, the member for Sahtu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thabacha.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Tunade Welede, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake.
All those abstaining, please stand. (15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions). The motion is carried. Bill 25 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, can you please determine whether the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, the Honourable Gerald Kissoon, is prepared to enter the chamber and ascend to the bills?
Please be seated. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Premier Simpson, ministers, members of the Legislative Assembly, and staff, and visitors in the public gallery. Hakana Inuit, Dinjii Zhu Ginjik, welcome. I wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather are treaty lands and the home to many Indigenous people, including the Quechua Dene, the Clecho, the Métis. We are grateful to be on this land. I want to thank my family and my friends and community for their support. I hope that I make you proud. Now, as the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, I am pleased to assent to the following bills. Bill 11, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act. Bill 12, Business Day Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 19, Supplementary Appropriations Act, Infrastructure Expenditures, number 3, 2024-2025. Bill 20, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures and Borrowing Authorization, number 2, 2024-2025. Bill 25, Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures, 2025-2026. Hai Cho, Hui Nakpak. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Please be seated. Colleagues, it's now my turn to talk. I listened to 12 replies to the budget, so I got my binder ready to go, and so we got till about 10 o'clock. So I'd like to thank the Commissioner, the Honourable Gerald Gwich'in, for being here today to assent to our legislation. It was an honour to have him join us in the Chamber, and I thank the Mr. Commissioner. Colleagues, before we adjourn, I want to say a few words. I will be quick. However, I know we all have things to do, people to see, and many of us are preparing to travel home to our constituents, friends, and families. Colleagues, please join me in thanking everyone that makes it possible to do our jobs here. We have and rely on a wonderful team, and I want to let them know we appreciate all that they do for us. Our staff do everything from keeping the building open, operating safely, to ensuring that We are seen and heard on television, computers, and radios across the territories, and providing research and procedural advice. Our contractors ensure the assembly building is clean, snow is cleared, and the meals are delicious and nutritious. Please join me in thanking them. I'd also like to say a special thank you to our interpreters and our pages. February was Indigenous Language Month, and it was wonderful to see our interpreters and hear our Indigenous languages spoken each day. We honor our culture when we use our languages, and our interpreters make it possible for us to do that. Please join me in thanking our interpreters for their hard work and dedication to our language, as well as the beautiful potluck we had at lunchtime, and it was all traditional food. Colleagues, I love that we were able to bring youth from across the territories to join us in this House as pages. The youth are our future, and I believe our PAGE program invests in that future by teaching our youth about our form of consensus government. It is amazing to watch their confidence grow throughout their time here, and I want to let them know that they do a great job, and we appreciate their efforts. These young people are our future leaders, our future teachers, doctors, and tradespeople. No matter what path they take, I know that they will be working for the better future. I know some of our pages really love the time they spend here. In fact, some of them love it so much that they come back to us. Two of our current table officers are former pages, so maybe we'll see some of you again in the future. I didn't say the people's names, I just like to thank them. Colleagues, please join me in thanking all our pages for being here with us this whole sitting. So, I also want to take a moment to talk about another great program we offer for our young people, our Youth Parliament program. From April 29th to May 1st of this year, we will host 19 grade 9 and 10 students from across the territories to learn about our style of consensus government and participate in a model session in this chambers. Colleagues, I cannot stress how much I enjoy our Youth Parliament program. It is both inspiring and humbling to work with and hear our youth when they speak to the issues impacting them, their peers, and their community. I plan on being here to participate in the program again this year, and I want to encourage each of you to do the same. If possible, take the time to meet with your youth representative. Also, our team will be looking for members to volunteer as the pages during the model session. Please consider giving a few hours of your time to serve our youth parliamentarians. It's a great experience for both members and youth. Finally, colleagues, I want to congratulate you on getting through what I believe is our most challenging sitting of the year. Maybe not. When we were considering our main estimates and operation budget, I've sat both as a regular member and cabinet member and now as a speaker. I know these discussions and negotiations can pull at our heartstrings. We want to do what we think is best for our residents and our territories, but we do not always agree. It takes a lot of work, communications, and compromise to get through a budget. We make difficult decisions, work together, and we move forward together. This is consensus government in action. I know personally you don't always get what you are looking for, but that is part of the process. Colleagues, this House is not scheduled to sit again until May, but I know we will all be busy with ongoing work of the government and committees. I look forward to seeing all of you back in this chamber in May for our next sitting. Thank you, colleagues. Let's wrap this up and so we can all get home to our friends and family. Don't forget to let them know how much their support and encouragement matters to you. Mr. Kirk, orders of the day.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 530, 607, and 645, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, written questions 14-20 bracket 1, 15 bracket 20-1, 16 bracket -20 bracket 1, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration committee of the whole of bills and other matters, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Oh, sorry, 21st. Wednesday, May 21st. My notes has something different. Sorry.